What if I told you that in just a few hours, you could turn raw performance footage into a professional music video that looks like it belongs on TV? Today, I'm gonna go ahead and show you step by step how I edit my music videos in DaVinci Resolve, from the first clip on the timeline, to color grading, visual effects and enhancements, then finally, the exporting process, where you'll finally be able to celebrate your editing skills. I'm Jordan of Angel Visuals. I've been a music video director and creator for the last 10 years, based out of Colorado Springs, working with artists like Twista, Westside Boogie, Nesdam, Ninth Wonder, and even Stevie Stone. I've had the chance to travel all over the US, filming and bringing artist visions to life. And today, I'm bringing you behind the scenes into a full music video edit in DaVinci Resolve. All right, everybody, so we're gonna go ahead and get into part one. This is where we actually bring in our footage. First things first, we're gonna go ahead and actually check out our project settings before we actually kind of get into anything. We'll pull up here. If you go into File, you can go into Project Settings. And then from there, I'm going to go ahead and actually change this. I keep it on 4K, honestly, just at the time being, as we're actually kind of just laying in the footage. And then from there, though, as we kind of go into editing and stuff like that, then at that point, I will probably drop down the resolution just so that way we can actually move through things quicker. But for this section, we're just going to keep it on 4K right now. I'm not going to change too much. One thing I am going to check in this section here for the optimized media and render cache is for my proxy media resolution. I want that at half. And then from there, I want my proxy media format to be ProRes 422HQ. This is gonna give you a decent file to work with that's not too bad, but also something that you can actually like get through your actual edits easier. I made proxies for this project already. It takes like, well, it depends on your computer, but it took me like about 30 minutes to create proxies for this footage. But it just allows you to, get through it a lot quicker, just so that way you're not like stalling too much on the actual footage. But then from there though, we have the just those proxy settings. That's kind of all I'm changing at the moment. From here we can go ahead and go into color management. While we're here, we're gonna go ahead and go into DaVinci YRGB, and we're gonna go ahead and keep that here. I have it on DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate and Rec 709 Gamma 2.4. This is my current settings here, and that's pretty much all I changed. So that's what we have for the project. That's what we'll actually be working in. So I'll kind of go through that more in the color section, and we'll see, how all that kind of goes together. From here, I'm gonna go ahead and drag in our footage into the timeline. It says change project frame rate, which is trying to, go through my camera files as far as like 60 frames and such like that, as if I want to change that to match that. But no, I just want to keep it what I have currently. Which is just going to be that 4K timeline and like 24 frames a second. I want to say if I go back into my settings, I can see what that actually is in my master. So yeah, playback frame rate is 24 frames a second, and then of course on a 4K timeline, I want it to be like that. That way, if I slow down my footage or anything, it's conformed still in that 24p timeline. But then from here, I need my song. We're gonna go ahead and drag that in as well. This video we shot up in Denver, Colorado. It was pretty cool, just like a little run and gun music video. Lots of colors, lots of cool like stuff. It's nice, it's pretty cool. From here, I like to actually kind of organize my footage though. Just because we have like, all these clips, we really kind of got to see what they actually are. What we can actually do is create new bins. We can go into performance as one, and then from there though we can go ahead and create another one, and we can do B-roll. This will be like all of our slow motion footage, and then of course performance scenes will be our performance scenes of the artist performing their song while they go through. We're gonna go ahead and go into here, master. I already know which shots are which, so I know this is a, where's my performance? Why is that at the bottom? So I know this is a performance. We're gonna go ahead and drop that in. Can I move this up here? No. So that's a performance. This is a performance. This is a performance, so we're just dragging all these into their respective folders. I think that's just nothing. I'm gonna go ahead and click on this. I think this is slow motion. Yeah, so this is gonna be B-roll, so we're gonna go ahead and drag that into here, click it. You can click the clips, and if you also click over here, you can see like the single monitor and then also dual view. The dual view will allow you to see kind of two views, and then from there though, also, once you have a timeline, I'll kind of show you what that looks like. But then from here, let's see, this is performance, just gonna keep stacking these into their respective folders. And I think that's just B-roll. I think there's just a messed up shot though too, to be honest. So we have tons of performance shots here. We have this one, which is super tight. I like that one. It's gonna be a cool like little visual effect I'll show you guys that we do later on here with like some masking and stuff like that. But yeah, tons of performance shots, and some cool like in-camera transitions that we have too that were pretty unique to the video. Performance, I think this is B-roll. Yeah, B-roll. And it was so hot this day too, I'm telling you. B-roll. I think, yeah, it's just like a dud. We're just gonna delete that shot out of the project. Click this one. I think this is a performance as well. Yep. So let's see, B-roll. So I got like 4 different B-roll clips, I think, which is not too good, but we'll see. We'll see what we have. I thought we had, but we did shoot everything in like 60 frames a second. So we do have the option to like slow stuff down. I forgot I did that with this project. So like everything that we have as far as performance scenes, you know, can kind of be, you know, slowed down to enhance like impacts and stuff like that. So we'll kind of mess with that too. And then also anything can, you know, double up. Anything we don't use as a performance scene, we can double up as a, you know, slow motion or like kind of like a cool shot, you know. But then from here we have our clips organized now from performance to B-roll. From here what I like to do is I like to drag my shots into the timeline. That way I can go ahead and see it. And then from here, once performance shots, we're just gonna go ahead and actually just double verify that all these are performance shots. Ooh, with those movements, man. And we had a nice little like reflector and stuff like that too, which is cool. All right, so from here, a very, very important step. So you know how in project settings that we were going through and like checking out proxies and this and that, you know, checking out as far as like that, you know, what Apple ProRes 422 HQ type stuff. From here, what I had to do is create my proxies. So actually, even before I would split it, you can come into here and like, you know, highlight all your footage. I will go through and like select all these clips. I've already created my proxies. You can kind of see that by this indicator here. So if I go up into the top right of the program, you can click this and click prefer proxies. And then from here though, it's going to, you know, change it into these proxies that you made, which will be these lower res versions, less color information, just less to bog down the computer. So that way you can like really scrub through your footage very, very fast and it keeps you fluid with your editing. But from here, I will go ahead and select all clips. In order to create the proxies, you just select all your clips, right click on one of them. And if you go all the way down into proxy media, you can go ahead and go from there into generate proxy media. Once you click that, it's going to go ahead and do its thing. It's going to go ahead and think on it. I've already done it, like I said, so it's not going to do anything in this point. But then if you did not do it, it would actually come up with like a little bar in the middle where it shows like, you know, generating proxy media, and it will show you like 0% for a long time. But if you wait past that, it'll actually go through and show you how long it'll actually take. For instance, like, you know, 20, 30 minutes. It's not too bad. But from here, we're gonna go ahead and drag in our clips. Once the proxies are made into the timeline, these are the performance clips. Pretty tight, pretty tight. So we have lots of color in this too. And so one effect that we're gonna go ahead and go for in this too, later on, once we hit like the colors and stuff like that, is an effect that we have our artist or like objects that are going to be in color. Whereas like, you know, like maybe the background won't be in color, or just certain parts of certain scenes will be in color, whereas other parts won't. It'll be really cool. It's gonna create like a very stylized, like really crazy look, you know? This shot, we'll see how it actually works. I don't know how I'm gonna get that one. Maybe just selective color as far as like a qualifier, but we'll get there when we get there. All right, so shots in the timeline, we're gonna go ahead and drop in our performance. So with the performance shots now in the timeline, we're gonna go ahead and actually go through these and just make sure that everything is good to go. And we're gonna go ahead and actually grab our specific B-roll shots. These are gonna be like our artist highlights, just kind of going through whatever, you know, that we can actually, you know, super slow motion, because I shot these on the Sony a7S III in 4K at 120 frames a second. So that way we can do a lot of cool things as far as the slow motion capabilities and, you know, masking and stuff like that too. And then, yeah, we got, just some cool shots. I should have got some more 120 frames, but we shot all this at, 60 frames a second as well for the performance shots. So that way all of these too, we can, chop up into some slow motion bits and, use those for the actual video. All right, so part 2 is going to be colored. Color is super important, and the reason why I do it like kind of early on in my video project is just because it actually allows me to get a feel for it, really see how the footage looks, just because of course, I shoot in S-Log3 on the Sony a7S III. And yeah, it's just flat, dull footage. You can at least throw it in Rec 709 even if you wanted to, kind of get a feel for it that way. But then I like to really do my color grade. I like to at least create that base of my grade right here that I can save as a power grade for my project later on when I actually do finalize my colors. But then this kind of gets me at least inspired for the edit and how everything will flow. And like when I see my colors and see the footage kind of just coming alive through this, it helps me be more creative with my effects and like really figure out how everything kind of flows together, if that makes sense. We're gonna go ahead and actually pick out which shot I really wanna mess with. All right, so once we're in the color page, we're gonna go ahead and add a few nodes. You can do that by either right-clicking here and going into add node, and then there's like different types of nodes. Right now, all we're trying to do is just a corrector node, which is going to be your standard node. Or another way we can do this is if we just erase that, you can hit Alt-S on the keyboard. It's going to go ahead and pop that into there, and you can see here it lines us up from in to out. And this is pretty much where your image starts. Just think of your image coming in here. So this is our actual video file, hitting into this section here. And then from there, though, going through and then hitting each node. And as it goes through those nodes, it's making those changes until finally you get to your export node at the end. And then that's what the actual finished product, you know, that you see with all your color adjustments together, you know? So first things first, we have to change our footage out of this S-Log3 so that we can at least see what we're, you know, looking at. We can see here over on our waveform, this looks like a clean little waveform. Looks like a little bit bright here, but then it's not clipped. So we are good. We shot this pretty successfully because with this as well, I had a reflector kind of towards her front, bouncing some like silver light back on them so that way they can pop a little bit more against this wall. It should be pretty cool for like effects and stuff like that we do. Let's see, we're gonna go ahead and come into here, type in transform. Let's see, color space transform, we're gonna go ahead and drag that onto here. Then we're also going to do another one. We're gonna go ahead and actually go to the end of this and just kind of towards the end of this and drag on another color space transform. I'll show you why in a second. First things first, we have to think of what our footage is. Right now, this was shot, like I said, on a Sony a7S III in S-Log3. We have to convert that from that S-Log3 into DaVinci Wide Gamut, which is our color space that we're in with our project settings that I described earlier. And then from there, though, we're gonna go ahead and, you know, make sure everything matches up. So first things first, we come into here, the input color space, we're gonna go ahead and actually select what it is. It's the S Gamut Cine, and then pair that with the S-Log3 all the way at the bottom. And then from here, though, we have the output color space. We're gonna go ahead and actually select DaVinci Wide Gamut, and then also DaVinci Intermediate. This is going to pretty much make it look like neutral, like nothing really happened. You can see it kind of gets a little darker, but like it's still flat. But this is where it all kind of comes to life. And I'll show you why we did this in a second and kind of explain why we are separating these nodes now. So also while we're here, we're gonna go ahead and come into here. We could right click the node and we can label this. So we're gonna go ahead and label this. We're gonna go ahead and say, S-Log to DaVinci Wide Gamut. And then this last one will be label, and it's gonna say DaVinci Wide Gamut to Rec 709. And we're gonna go ahead and click this, and then we're gonna go ahead and actually change this from DaVinci Wide Gamut now over to Rec 709, which is our actual desired look. I'm looking for DaVinci Intermediate, there we go. And then from here, we're going to go ahead and actually select Rec 709. And then on the bottom, we're going to go ahead and select Gamut 2.4, which is, if you recall, if we go back into our file, project settings, and then color management, we can see here that our timeline color space is DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate, and our output color space is Rec 709 Gamut 2.4. And that's going to make sure that we match everything up, and so that way when we switch these, it's converting correctly. And doing it this way as far as a workflow and like knowing what color profile your footage has been shot in helps me so much with color matching other cameras. It kind of keeps it on a consistent workflow by just, you know, doing the same conversion for every single camera into the Rec 709, well, from, you know, whatever camera profile it was to the DaVinci Wide Gamut to the Rec 709 pretty much. And then that way you make all your changes in between here. And I'll kind of show you what I mean. We're gonna go ahead and add a few more nodes inside here just for now. Not that we'll use all these, but then it kind of just creates it as an option. But we see this now with these two nodes. Whoops, let's turn that back on. With these two nodes, turning it on and off gets us into a Rec 709 image now. So now we have kind of what the actual camera would look like as if it were shot in a normal profile, but with the flexibility of log at this point. And we can see here on our waveform, that's a nice looking waveform, you know what I'm saying? That's nice. All right, so with this, once we have this into the Rec 709 profile, what we wanna go ahead and do now is our kind of color correction phase. People kind of get color correction and color grading wrong. I think when I was learning color correction and color grading, I just like knew the term color grading, and then from there though, it was like that was like end all be all, and I wasn't like really sure why. Like I was just kind of going through and cycling through LUTs pretty much until like something would look kind of good, and then I would just maybe warp it from there or something like that. But then I just could not get a consistent look that I liked through any of my footage really. But now with DaVinci Resolve, like in these tools in here, I have kind of full control over my image, and that's why I think I like the software so much, because I have so much control over my entire image with grading and coloring and stuff. That just allows me to kind of create like my style, my feel, my vibe, you know? So from here, we're gonna go ahead and actually pick it. We're looking at it right now, and we're looking at the waveform down here. And if you look here in the middle, like with our qualifiers, if this isn't popping up here as far as our little eyedropper tool, and down at the bottom right, you'll see like in the waveform, these moving. And so you can kind of see where our whites are, and we can see that it's still like a little bit more red overall in the image. And we want to, you know, this is our color correction. This is where we would actually get our whites white, our skin tones as close as possible to the accurate color. And yeah, it just gets us in a good base, so that way when we add our color grading later, it, you know, brings everything together pretty nicely. I'm gonna go ahead and go into the main page here, into my primaries. From here, we can actually go into, it's like our, probably like our highlights here, but you can change your offset. We can actually take a little bit of that red out. And you can see how that kind of goes. It makes it a little less red and gets us out a more balanced point. We can see the blues are a little bit low too. So I'm looking at that, just trying to get things kind of up. And we see what that did. It just kind of removes that like redness out of her skin. That's just a little bit too red. And then we can always add more red, or like, you know, mess with the red actual values later on. This is just more so like the color correction, like I said, in order to get everything kind of balanced. I'm gonna go ahead and call this our primaries. This is just, like I said, just the balancing. We're just trying to get things in the right area. And then also we can even mess with our, like, you know, shadows, midtones, and highlights from here. If we come into here and go into our just color wheels section, primaries, color wheels, we can go ahead and mess with this as well. We can drop our exposure and mess with this just to kind of give us a nice little base. And we don't want to do too much here. Like I said, we're not actually like grading the image here. This is just more so making sure the shot's in good condition to be graded later. Because if we're like, you know, building off of a shot and let's say it's like way overexposed, then at that point you can't really color grade anything at that point. You need to make sure your image is in a healthy state that allows it to be graded later on, you know? So we're gonna go ahead and drop the exposure just a little bit as far as the highlights. Midtones look pretty decent. Shadows, we're gonna go ahead and drop a little bit more. Just to give us a little bit of a darker image, but that's not too bad. All right. But then from here though, we're gonna go ahead and actually add a little bit more contrast. A little bit more, mess with our pivot, pull that back a little bit. And right now I'm just looking at my scopes, just trying to see and push this, just make sure it doesn't clip over the top or that any of this doesn't actually clip on the bottom. But you see here though, this is what I mean as far as this reflector goes, just because this background was like, it was cool, but then if like we had this against this without a reflector on them, then at that point we wouldn't get as punchy of a, you know, a performance, you know? Because if you look here on the waveform, we see all that background is down here, whereas the actual person is, you know, popping out. One thing I like to do also in my beginning nodes is I like to go into here, I like to, my very first node, before anything is actually destroyed, I like to try to recover some highlight data. So if you go into here, high dynamic range, into your wheels, you can click this one to bring up your highlights. From here, I like to type Shift H. We're gonna go ahead and do that to check our actual view. So if you hit Shift H, or also another way to do this is if you hit up here into this highlight section up at the top, you can see what you're actually selecting as far as your qualification. Right now we're in our high dynamic range color wheel section, messing with our highlights. So right now that's what it's gonna show us. So we're just looking at this at the brightest parts of the image, which will be her shirt. We just want just the whites, you know, to kind of be targeted. Shift H again. And then from here though, we can pull these back a bit just to make them not as punchy. But then we also want to make sure that we're not destroying the image. But it's going to get like a little bit of that shine out, since we were shooting in like harsh sun, and plus it was like bounced back at her, you know, so nice. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of our gallery wheel real quick. If you hit Z, it brings back the actual window. Overall, this is what we've done with our colors so far. So it's just, like I said, neutralizing it. We're just trying to make it pretty nice, make sure our whites look nice, our blacks look nice. We're not color grading, not introducing any gunk into our image and making it weird, you know? From here though, what I like to do is a little bit of a color shift. If you come into here and on the bottom, we see like what the RGB mixer is, this tool. red output, green output, blue output. If you click this button up here, auto normalize, it's going to help shift the actual like color tones of the image, and we can use this to kind of generate our base grade as far as like what kind of look that we want to do. So for instance, like we look at the back and we can like see what we can do to change these values. So if we see how we remove in the green, we can see how this changes everything and really brings out like a different tone of a color out of it, right? So if we're moving this way up, we can see it kind of makes those greens different, and it's also making those skin tones different. So if we change the blue, makes it a little bit more orangey, and it helps with the greens, makes things more complementary rather than like purple and blue, you know what I'm saying? But we could do really whatever with color. I think that's like the fun part in this process, is just like messing with things, figuring out what you do and don't like, and then yeah. But if we do this, we're just like subtly pushing things in a direction just to kind of give it more of that DNA. Right now we're pushing it into more of a saturated look, so we're kind of getting more reds, more greens, more oranges kind of into the image, just kind of baked in as the overall characteristics of it. So now what we have as far as like a before and after. All right, so from here, if you don't like a color still, so like I'm looking at the background, I'm not like super in love with the yellows. So what we can go ahead and do is we can start messing with different like color ranges and stuff like that. So I mean, I'd like to do like a node after the actual transform, but I'm not sure. Let's check it out real quick, right? So we come into here, we come into our color warper, and we can start messing with our colors. So we can click here, it's gonna go ahead and, select a dot here. I like to click this part here, which is what, point-to-point mode. It's going to help us drag this into a specific area and change the hue of our yellows into something different. And right now, because like it looks like they're like a little more bluey, I want to see if I can push it more towards like a warm yellowy tone, just to get like more of a complementary aspect going with, like the greens and the yellows. Yeah, see, so if I move that, we start getting like that brighter yellow, And that way it kind of brings that saturation of the yellow up with it, But we can mess with our chroma range. We're gonna go ahead and mess with this just a bit, just to make sure that, yeah, tight, that it's just getting everything. We just wanna make sure that we're not getting like any kind of artifacts in our actual colors from this qualification. But this color warper is pretty clean for it. But from here though, I like to add a parallel. So if you hit on this node on our yellows, we're gonna go ahead and actually label this too, just to stay organized. We're gonna go ahead and say yellows. And on this one, we're gonna go ahead and say RGB mixer. And then on the yellows, we're gonna go ahead and hit Alt-P. It's gonna go ahead and create what's known as a parallel node. All this means is that these nodes will work together as best as they can to push into this node without kind of fighting each other for what they're actually doing as far as their change goes. I like to do this for color changes just because colors can kind of be close to each other, especially with like yellows and oranges. So from here, it just kind of creates a little bit of safety barrier. We're gonna go ahead and click that though. One thing we do have to find out is our skin tones. So we're gonna go ahead and look into here. If we go into the bottom right, we see our scopes. I'm gonna go ahead and click that and go into our vector scope. From here, we're gonna go ahead and actually be able to see our skin tones, and they don't look too bad. Maybe a little bit red. So what we can do is, like I said, click this. We're gonna go ahead and go on chroma warpers. We're gonna go ahead and label this skin. And then from here, we're gonna go ahead and actually increase our chroma range a bit and just drag this a little bit more towards the orange and remove some of that red from the orange. And it's gonna give us something like that. So now if we're looking at this as a whole, we have something like this with our color changes, something like this. So we can see like all that redness in it, kind of brings it out, puts that yellow back into the image, and also gets our skin tones like really on a good track. And also if we're looking at it, we can see that our white point's good, our black point is good, like it's looking pretty nice. And if we're looking at our vector scope, obviously we know that we can kind of push our colors a little bit more in the saturation range if we want to. So if we want to, we can start into increasing like saturation. So one thing I like to do with this is come into here after our primaries. We're gonna go ahead and right click into this, saturation. And this could be like part of your primaries, but I like to just make this as like a different thing. We're just gonna go ahead and call it sat. From here, we're gonna go ahead and go into color space, change it to HSV, which stands for hue saturation value. From here, we're gonna go ahead and go into channels. So we can see that that change is made because this box is on. We can see that's checked. But from here, then we're gonna go ahead and go into channels. We wanna turn off the hue. And then we also wanna go ahead and go into channels and turn off the value, leaving, if we look back at it, only the channel of our saturation active. From here though, we can go ahead and actually add saturation in a pretty nice way. If we change our gain from here, we can get some colors. So we push that, we start to see all this wonderful kind of color come out, and we can always change our skin tone down too. So now that we have a specific node for it, we can always address that too as its own thing. But this is the look that we're building so far. So see how like everything kind of like stacks as far as like kind of creating that. And then from there though, I love to add a glow. So if you come into here, we do glow. This is gonna be kind of towards the end of it. But then from here though, and I like to we'll go ahead and go back into our waveform. Take down our gain. So we're looking at the top. We want that glow to come through, but not too crazy to where it's like popping the image out. But then from here though, I like to do a couple of different things. So we're going to look at it. We see like it's popping out the shirt, which is nice. So we'll go ahead and add another one. That's just our typical add. Here we're gonna go ahead and add another node, which is for another glow. And I did just update this, so this shit has changed. Yeah, I don't know. This shit changed. DaVinci's always getting new updates. I think that's another reason why I love it, because they're always updating their software and getting new and better features. But from here, I'm gonna go ahead and change the in advanced controls in the glow. I'm gonna go ahead and actually change the composite type into soft light. From there, it's gonna go ahead and look like this. If we hit Z, we can kind of see, pull this up full screen. That looks kind of, it looks okay. I think it's a little too much. So if we come into here, we're gonna go ahead and actually change our shine threshold to be a little bit different and target differently. And then from here though, we're also going to take the gain back on this, just because we don't want that to blow out anything crazy. We're gonna go ahead and up the gamma a little bit just to bring out our actual skin tone people. Pull down the gain a little bit more and get us something like that. So this is just our glows as far as our adding in our soft light glow, but you see what that does for it? It kind of just gives it a little bit more of a natural contrasty vibe, I guess, to it, because you see how flat this is in comparison to how much more that pulls from it. And then even if we go into our vector scope, which is these two, you can see how that's spreading out the color more just by this glow changes, you know, like that's so nice. So from there, back into our waveform, this is what we have so far. And then from here is where I like to test things. This is a specific example. So this video was shot all outdoors, all during like bright sunlight for the most part, or overcast kind of clouds. So for the most part, I want to say if I come into here, you can click on all your other clips, you can highlight them as far as if you click them, you can click one, hit control, or if you click one and go all the way to the end, you can hit shift and click, and then control click, control click, control click, control click. And then with all the other clips that you haven't graded yet, you can actually copy the same adjustments that we just made towards this clip to all the other clips at the same time. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Like I said, select all those clips, go over the clip that you want to like copy the attributes from, and then I click the mouse button wheel down. And then from there, it's gonna go ahead, if I want to replace my active grades. I don't have active grades on the other ones, so yes, I would like to replace them. And then from there though, it's gonna go ahead and translate that grade that we just did on this clip onto pretty much everything from here on. So if we look at it, we have all those changes that we just made now on all of our clips. And then from here though, we're able to now, you know, decide what we want to do as far as like each individual, you know, space. And we can also even like remove some extra stuff. We can kind of clean up the node. Let's go ahead and redo this. So if we select it, we can redrop in all of our clips with this cleaned up node graph. This is kind of what we're looking like. So we're gonna go ahead and actually add this as glow. And we're gonna go ahead and add another label, glow 2. And you can get all this straightened up beforehand, just so that way you don't have to go through and like redo this each time. So what highlights, I guess we'll just say for this one. And then from here though, we're gonna go ahead and actually, that's this one that we just changed. So copy that just because we want all those name changes as well to the other ones. And that cleaned up node graph, just so that way everything is very clean. But then from here though, we can look at our shots and see what everything else is looking like. But now we have kind of full control over how we want us, or I guess our image to be. So for instance, like we have the yellows. So if we look at this, it's not really changing much, but then the skin tones, it does change a lot. So we can see that it's changing the reds pretty much. So we can even come in here and reset this, but now we have full control over this to like change what we need to, you know, so we can kind of come into here, we can do skin, we can go back into our vector scope and look at it. and see it still looks a little bit more towards the red side. So we're gonna go ahead and change this and go back into our chroma warper, point to point, and then we're gonna go ahead and change this from red just a little bit more towards the yellow, orangish. And we're looking at that skin tone line too. If you go into here, I'll show you kind of how we see that too in just a second, if you don't already have that. But I'm also looking at like the skin tone and the monitor just to make sure that everything kind of looks right. But this looks good. We get that more of a orange. It looks a little bit too off or something, like something's not being grabbed that well. Let's see, let's go ahead and shrink this again. And then let's pull this back just a bit. And then we're just moving that from that red just to that little bit of like an orange or green or kind of look, you know? So the opposite of, you know, magenta is green, and we're gonna kind of get there so that way we can get it into a better spot. But then from here though, we want to go ahead and just look at our image, see what we want to do. I don't like our greens, so what we can do as well is create another parallel. So we do an Alt-P, we can go ahead and come into here and change our color range, and we want to change this from this shade of blue into a different green. And so we can grab that. So we see the street sign up top, we can see how now we have a green sign. Just that easy without actually changing really anything else in the image, right? So we turn this on and off, just that kind of up there changing. So that's really, really quick and easy way to actually change your image. And we can even do one more Alt-P. I want to click this sky in the background. We're gonna go ahead and see what we're part of with that, and change the point to point and move this as well into a more complementary color, which I want to kind of go more of a teal blue, but you can't add too much saturation towards it as well, because I can see that shit breaking up already. But this will help the blues kind of, and the oranges, since it's complementary. This will help kind of bring all that to life. So for this part of the grade, we're looking at something like that. So already just this quick and easy, we're already kind of putting it together so you guys can see how quick now you can hop between shots and, you know, kind of save your shots, kind of shot match them all in one, and then also get everything kind of in line, since you already have this kind of node structure that we built throughout the actual, like, you know, color grading process, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and go back into here. What is this, blues? Oh yeah, that's our greens, that's our sign. This is our blues. Let's go ahead and reset this one real quick. So each shot too, you might have to reset it, so you can just come back into here. And it's just a different value of blue in here. So, you know, just change it each shot, don't be afraid. So I mean, once you know kind of like the general flow of this, then from here though, you're able to kind of come in and, you know, manipulate things so that way you can have it, you know, have it your way, like BK, you know? But right now I'm just looking for more of a teal blue that's not too pushed. Kind of takes it more from that purpley blue to like a teal blue. But then it still seems like pretty crazy, but we'll leave that there for now. But this is our shot. This is gonna be a cool VFX shot. I shot it this way, so that way I can actually, you know, mask out the building and then put them behind the building to kind of make them look like super big, you know? And then with those clouds moving too, that shit's tight. Maybe we could do some kind of like, I don't know, effect with it or something, like a time lapse. Hey. Ooh, this video about to go hard. This video about to go hard. All right, so that's that color graded. Like I said, we're just bouncing between shots right now of similar fashion and kind of going through and just matching our shots. This is the reason why I like to do this now, because it kind of keeps everything in line and gets you really close to what you want to do with your shots, just so that way no other issues in the future. Right now we're looking at this, we see our highlights are super blown out from our glow. So we're gonna go ahead and come into here, change our gamma, change our gain. And like I said, this is where each shot kind of comes into play as far as like messing with them, just because you don't want to like have your shots all over the place. You want to make sure that you can come into here and get things kind of easier, you know? Looking at this though too, we can see that this shot is pretty blue. So this is where we can kind of come back into here and do our offset. Well, no, I guess we were doing this in our, what, RGB wheels? Yeah, RGB, or my bad, color bars. But from here, it looks a bit green. And you can see this in your waveform too. And so we're just looking for that white point in this moment as well. And moving this as your primaries more towards a, you know, comfortable spot for the entire image, so that way this shot is white balanced. All right, tight, so that looks good. From here though, we're gonna go ahead and look into this. So it's okay, but I don't like the sky. So we're gonna go ahead and take what we have from the past shots, because like, I mean, immediately I know I wanna correct that sky, it's too bright. So I just know I can take that over to the next shot. Looking at it though, it looks like this side's a little bit lighter, or darker, I'm sorry, than the sky. Sky is like super bright at the moment. And then this is from, you know, another perspective where you can kind of go into your highlights, that one that we made towards the beginning, and then change this to match a specific type. So we can come into here and try to push it all the way up until we get rid of the actual shirt, but we didn't make it. So that's as far as we can go with that push. But then from here though, we can still pull down those highlights more, so that way we can get more sky detail, and you know, just makes it look better, because if your sky is blown out, we don't really have something going, you know what I'm saying? You need to make sure you can pull it back a little bit. Same idea, I'll click back onto this one, do the same thing, because I just want to take that sky back down on this image as well, because it is, you know, a similar performance as hers, but then just the opposite of the other artist performing his verse. So right now I'm just going through shots. I think this was just a practice shot. This is the shot without like sun, pretty much, it looked like. Whereas the sun came, and then we got to use the reflector for this one. Sorry, so I'm just checking the shots real quick, looking at this. Like I said, just kind of going through. This is similar to this shot, but I don't think that's anything. Yeah, it's just like a false shot. Now looking at these shots, looking at it straight away, it looks just incredibly blue. So we can go into our primaries. Like I said, primaries is where we have our kind of color correction aspect of it all, and where we actually put it into the realm of a properly white balanced image. So first things first, I'm coming in here and I'm tackling that blue. I'm looking at the middle here of my waveform to try and see where I can actually get it to where like this is actually pretty close. And so if we can get this, there we go, kind of push into a white realm. It kind of gives us a better flow, so that way it's not as blue as that other shot, because it was extremely blue, and that shit is hard to work with. So from here, we're gonna go ahead and raise our shadows. We're looking at the highlights too. It looks like those are about to go over. Not really as an important shot for the highlights, but still we want to save it. Copy those adjustments over to the other clips that are similar to that. Like I said, you can do that by clicking these clips, you know, control click it, and then from there though, you're able to click the mouse wheel down, and that helps you copy, you know, color adjustments very quickly to other clips. So looking at this just looks kind of underexposed. Okay, just have bits underexposed. Not too bad though, not too bad. But yeah, I think overall I want to come into primaries. From here though, you can also change like your actual like gain and shit too. So like as far as like your highlights, shadows, midtones. So I'm just gonna come into here, change this, up those highlights a bit, make them a little bit more poppy. And then from here though, we can actually scrub through it. We see that we are losing some detail here. So we can kind of come back into here, change our gamma and our gain on the glow that we have towards the end, just so that way things kind of match up better, and yeah, we get more of a you know, leveled out product. But now we have generally our colors together, as far as like not even our gray, but just our colors, like shots are corrected. We have more of a, you know, actual like look. So like for instance, without all of our actual, like let's say we just go back to like Rec 709, we take all these and turn it off. So like this is Rec 709, and then this is with our adjustments, you know. So this is what kind of looks like regular out of camera, not the flat log profile footage, but like, you know, the step before it, the Rec 709, like I said. And then with some adjustments here, we see that we're making quite the improvement towards the overall image. And then yeah, it just gives us something to look at. Then we'll go ahead and check the last few clips. These ones look pretty good. White balanced, I mean, maybe I'll change them a little bit, but I will worry about that kind of later. Tight. Let's check this first shot too. Ooh, that shit look tight. Come on, man. Like, come on. That shit go hard with the sun rays. I mean, I don't like it because it's still, you know, making it a little bit less like vibrant. Yo. Ooh, this shit go hard. All right, tight. So this is what we look like as far as like this shot before and after. I think for this one too, I want to kind of come into here and do this. But like I said too, that sun was hitting the lens pretty hard. You can see that by the lens like flare kind of in the lens too. So if you come into here, there's this thing called dehaze. We can add a node towards the end. And then from there though, we can go ahead and add a little bit of dehaze, which will help, you know, kind of like get rid of that flatness, those blacks. But then of course with that kind of comes along weird color issues. So from there though, we can go ahead and mess with some things. I think I just want to come into skin, honestly, reset this. No, I'm just not liking the dehaze. That shit is just looking a little too crazy. Let's turn that down a bit. Maybe something like this. Just like a little bit of dehaze, you know, not a lot, but just a little bit. Let's just not crush shit all the way. Let's just do like a 0.48. The pinks seem a little too high though still, so we can kind of come into here, our color chroma warper, and we can go ahead and actually come into here and drop the saturation a bit more on the skin tones. This seems extremely red too at the moment. Didn't really look too red, but this never lies. And see if we hover in here. It looks like it's not too red, just a little bit. If we go in here, point click, same thing, and just pull this kind of towards a little bit away from that red, just to desaturate it a little bit, to kind of put it more in a ballpark. You know, take all that out so that way it's not being pushed too crazy, and we get more of a. Ooh, that's crazy. That's a shot. Damn, look at the color on that shit. Look at that vector scope right there. Like, damn. We can see it's too bright though, so we're gonna go ahead and come in here, pull back just a little bit on the gain, pull back on the gamma, come back to here and pull back on the gain, pull back on the gamma. Oops, that's saturation at gamma. There we go. See, we got it in check. So like I said, like that way we have our highlights completely in charge, like just like not in charge, completely in control as far as like what we can do as far as our image goes, right? So like now, as you see, as I bounce back and forth between these clips, just how easy it is to like tweak things to kind of get it to where you want it from just this right here. Just makes it pretty simple, right? And then, yeah, I mean, it kind of goes across any shot. We can even take it to, well, I think this one needs to kind of come up. So if we come into primaries, we can actually raise our exposure. And I think I'm just gonna raise my highlights actually a bit more, make it more contrasty, raise the shadows a bit more too. This one's gonna be a little bit tricky with this effect I'm gonna do, but maybe I can mess with like the yellows back here since it's so crazy. We can maybe mess with that and like how it actually interacts. So for instance, because like lots of graffiti in this video, going to be really cool. So what we can do is come into here, select an actual shade of color. We're gonna go ahead and select this, I guess, Shift H, just kind of see what we're selecting. Then from here though, we can actually see it. We're gonna go ahead and actually increase the width. Looks like it's not extending out to this side, just a little bit. Maybe it's something like this. So saturation, there we go. So just a little bit, just to not get the other oranges in here. And then from there, they're gonna go ahead and make that softer. Looking at it, we're just trying to get just the yellow bits at the ends, you know, in the background, that we can actually manipulate here. So change this one to soft on the luminance, mess with this. We can see that kind of messes with the oranges a bit. Pop this one over here. Cool. All right, so not much. And then from here, we can go ahead and actually add like a little bit of denoise, a little bit of blur. Shift H to turn it off, but now we have the ability with the qualifier to change our yellows to really anything that we want to. And that kind of gives us a lot of power. So now we can actually change it. I just didn't like that yellow color in it. I want it more of like like a bright golden yellow. Maybe not as saturated, but something like that. So it's gonna go ahead and change all that to that. And then from here though, I mean, like we could change maybe the pinks in the background. I'm looking at her skin tone right now, so we're gonna go ahead and actually reset that. And color correction and color grading is like really just about looking at your shot and trying to figure out, okay, what's wrong with this? And then doing that change a few times off of like each issue that you see. So like for instance, I'm looking at this and I see that I do not like the skin tone color. So I click it, I reset that node, I click it, and I go back into my vector scope. I'm looking at it like way on the actual red side. So we're gonna go ahead and reset this, go back into our color warper, select it, and our same process that we did last time, chroma range. And we're gonna go ahead and just drag this more into the orange zone. And we're looking at that vector scope and then also our actual monitor just to see what we're looking like. But we're gonna go ahead and pull that from like way red all the way to like more of an appropriate like orangey skin tone. And so on and off, we see this here, and that kind of gets us out of the woods, you know what I'm saying? Like I kind of like that. Maybe we could change the yellow just a bit more to be more golden, like that. Or like more red, golden type thing. I like that. And then from here though, I'm looking at the trash can, like maybe we could change some stuff on the trash can, but I don't think it's that important. I kind of like this, honestly. And I wonder if we do, let's see, so let's Shift H, just the yellows. If we right click in the color page, this is just something I'm gonna test out, because like for ultimately this video, I'll explain kind of like my process for coloring. I'm going to create 2 different grades, where one grade is black and white and one grade is a specific grade, so like probably this grade here, and like get the colors kind of like where I want them to. And I'm gonna go ahead and layer those 2 videos on top of each other to mask out and create like a color grade stamped on top of black and white, if that makes sense, like a comic or something. I don't know, like an art book or a sketchbook. It'll be pretty cool. But it's gonna be, yeah, like I said, later on. All right, so from here, we're gonna go ahead and actually add a serial outside. From here, it's gonna go ahead and actually select everything but the yellows. From here, I think if you take it down as a saturation, it kind of deletes all the color. From here, we can kind of like adjust the actual mask. I see that there's more pinks in here that I didn't see before. So I'm gonna go ahead and come into our qualifier and see what we can do to get that out. Add a little bit of more softness to it, Shift H out of it. And then from here though, we have this effect. That's just from doing, yeah, this like little qualification as far as like the yellows, you know? So Z to bring it back. I think this is gonna be how I save this shot here. And then from here though, like since we do have such a good qualification with the yellows in the shot, we could do like color flashes and stuff like that, but this looks pretty good, I can't lie. All right, so with that done, I think that's our colors. We have kind of everything in the ballpark as far as what we want to do and how we want things to look. This shot I think is good. I think the blue looks fine, but I'm not 100% sold on that shit, to be honest, either. So I'm gonna go ahead and reset this. Which one is this? Reset this. Skin tone still is important, but change this just a little bit more towards the red again. It's just looking a little bit green. So like I said, it's just lots of tweaking. Actually, let's just reset this completely. Let's come in here for skin. This one's gonna be probably better. This is probably gonna be better suited fit for the actual curves tool. So we can come in here, we can go into hue versus hue. We're gonna go ahead and click this, kind of similar. But then I just want to make it more of a gradual, you know, change. Change this, go back into the middle. So this is where our skin tones are, and we're just looking for a more natural hue and more into that green realm. And then that way we can kind of, you know, make it look nice. Get that right out of there without, you know, a weird qualification, you know? That's what it's all about, especially with this one. This one's such a strong tool. And I think even while I'm here, I'm actually gonna go ahead and do the same thing with our blues. Same idea, we want to change this, spread it out just a bit. Spread that out just a bit too. And then change the hue of our blues to be something more complementary towards that orange. I don't like how saturated it is either, so same idea, blues. Come into here and I'm gonna go ahead and actually decrease the saturation. I think that's gonna solve a lot of our problems, because we look here too, like, I mean, that's like the majority of the color in here too, is just that blue popping like crazy, right? And if we look at our, you know, vector scope, we see that blue is, you know, toned down a bit now more. And then that way, you know, it's not as overwhelming, but that orange is pretty crazy too. So we can maybe match that a little less. No, I don't want blues to be as dominant. So we're gonna pull it back like 0.90 probably, something like that. There we go. So overall, like our, you know, color adjustments for this one look good. Let's go ahead and actually copy these back over to this one. Just so that way now everything in this should be pretty consistent for what it is. Obviously this one was like more of like an overcast shot, where this one was more of a, you know, sun was out. As you can see, these clouds were moving, man. Different light throughout this entire shoot, which actually helps with showing you guys how to actually balance your clips and, like, you know, helping those get to a certain way. But from here, I want to check out this shot real quick. This is the last one I really want to check, and just change our, I think we might have to sacrifice some of that shit, but let's see if we can just turn off the glow. Let's turn off this glow. Let's change this one down a bit. Right now I'm just looking at the top, trying to save those clouds, but also get more out of our guy here and get things level. And then from here, we're gonna go ahead and copy that onto this one as well. Increase those brights, make it a little bit brighter. All right, not the craziest, you know what I'm saying, highlight recovery, but it is at least a little bit and it's not like super duper destroyed. But I think that's it. We didn't really check this shot out too much. That green is like really green, vector scope, but that could be kind of cool later on. Like, that could be cool once like we get like an actual, like, I don't know, color adjustment on there. All right, and so that concludes our part 2 of color. We're gonna go ahead and actually hop into our part 3 for building the edit. I'll see you guys there. All right, so now we have to build the edit. Virtually what this is going to be a culmination of us putting our performance clips together and then adding in our slow motion B-roll in order to actually make a cohesive edit of the video. This will be where we actually like match the shots into the music. I'll go ahead and actually show you guys how to actually do that to make sure the lips are on point. Whether it's being matched through the software itself, through a really quick way I'll show you, or if you have other difficulties, I'm sure we'll run into that too, where maybe the music wasn't loud enough and you didn't get a good crystal clear recording on your recording, and you have to like listen to it and like hear it and like mark it or something like that for a specific spot, and that will kind of help you get to the video. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do that real quick and we can kind of see. So we have the footage back on our timeline. DaVinci Resolve works in this way to whereas if you do your colors, then at that point all of this change like comes back to your actual page and you can see all your color adjustments in real time. Like, come on, like what? All this in real time? Crazy. So that way we can see like what our shots look like and yeah, get everything together. So from here, we need to go back into our master. We have the song here. We're gonna go ahead and drag this onto our timeline. I like to keep the song on just audio 1, just keeps it simple. Ooh, all right, so let's go ahead and actually start cooking on this. So if you click the first clip, I like to just go through, you can go through and color code these as far as like if you wanted to. So like, let's say, for instance, I like to, so we look at this one, we'll go ahead and right click it and you go into clip color. We're gonna go ahead and change this to orange. Kind of just reminds me of orange, kind of like in a sense. This one maybe like it reminds me of blue. So we're gonna go ahead and actually do this, clip color, change it to more of a teal. Looking at this one, yellow already just because of the effect that we got going on. And this will help you kind of organize your clips just so that way when you look at them on a brief way on the timeline, it allows you to see what clips are what, so that way when you're cutting between them, you know like how to change the pace a little bit easier rather than like clipping your clips a million times to go through the same thing. It just helps you save time in the long run. Then for these ones, we're gonna go ahead and select it. These are the stop sign shots. Clip colored. And we're gonna go ahead and change that to what? Maybe what, yellow? Not yellow, because those ones are yellow. We want like a different variation, like maybe apricot. All right, sure, apricot works. Then we got the stairs shot. This is its own thing. So we're just gonna keep that one blue. Then we got these shots in the alleyway. I think these are pretty all similar, but I'm gonna change this anyway, just so that way I know, since it is technically a change. I'm gonna go ahead and do lime. For these ones, we're going to do clip color. We're gonna go ahead and do what, pink. And then for these ones, these last ones, we're gonna go ahead and do beige. All right, so now we got our stuff separated, and then from here, though, we can go ahead and select our B-roll clips and just select a different color. We're just going to, whoops, come into here, get rid of this. All right, so our last ones, we're gonna go ahead and actually select them, clip color, and then we're gonna go ahead and go into violet, maybe. Sure, I don't like it. It doesn't change it too much to differentiate it from B-roll, so maybe we can do brown. Brown will be our B-roll. Brown B-roll. Tight though, so that's everything together as far as like organizing that. I like to do this because it helps me, like I said, once I have everything kind of stacked up here, it allows me to actually see what I'm actually doing, like, you know, like what shots I'm getting rid of, which ones I'm adding, you know, too much into. And for this part, for building the edit, I like to kind of minimize my video screen, push that up. And then from there though, I like to, you know, just have my clips here. That way I can, you know, kind of go through and start piecing my timeline together and kind of see it as a whole. And it just makes it kind of easy to work with. So from here, I'm gonna go ahead and click this one. An easy way to match this is if it was loud enough on set with your speaker, and then also loud enough on, you know, of course the song itself, but it should be because it's already recorded. But if you right click it, you can click the clip, bring it in. It's gonna go ahead and go all the way to, you know, whatever audio 1 is. So that's gonna be kind of priority. I like to drag it to audio 2 or video 2 at this time. Click it, right click on the song. And then from here though, we're gonna go ahead and click auto align clips, change from timecode to waveform, hit sync, and boom. If everything works good, then at that point we have, it's matched up, you know? Ooh, this song is fire, man. This video is gonna be tight too. This shit's gonna be so clean. All right. So now we start seeing like, okay, now we got this together. So now we're gonna go ahead and go through all of these performance shots and start, you know, matching them up. So we have his scenes, obviously he's towards the end of the song. But what I like to do is as I'm going through and piecing this together, I take this on this section here on the left, change the videos, all this to small just so that way it doesn't take up as much room. And then I drag them to different tracks. Same idea, just click it, right click it on the actual song, auto align clips, and then same thing by waveform, it's gonna go automatically and start lining these up. And since I had a speaker on set, hopefully all of these things should line up pretty nicely. Yep, no problems so far. But I'll show you guys too what it looks like if it doesn't actually align. All right, I thought that one might not have. Let me go ahead and show you guys what it looks like if it doesn't align, right? So let's say we go back into here, we're gonna go ahead and shut off all these other clips. So you can do this by actually hovering above them, selecting them, and then hitting Control D on Windows. Not sure what it is on Mac, but I'm sure you guys can find out. Not even Control D, my bad. It's just D. Just D to turn it on, off. Might be same on the Mac, I'm not quite sure, or depends on your actual like custom controls and stuff, but that's how you do it most of the time. But we're gonna go ahead and turn this off, and then from here, we're gonna go ahead and actually listen for a specific spot in the song that we can actually mark, right? So like right when that drum drops in, like that one's like a pretty good thing. So I listen to the song, I like kind of like, you know, you can feel the rhythm, you know, but I listen to it. And you can hear the beat. So as it kind of comes through, you can, you know, boom, hit the M key as it's playing. It's gonna go ahead and leave a marker on the song. And then from here though, I like to go through and then you can listen to it again on the other version. So we pull this way back. And it comes on quick right there. So you can hear it, same idea, hit the M key, and this is how you actually line it up if if it's not gonna magically add up, you know what I'm saying, and line up through the software. This is my standard way of doing it as far as like marking it, and it's pretty good. Obviously it's a little more, you know, you have to check it more frequently. Check it at a few spots. We're gonna go ahead and check him as well, just because artists perform differently, so I wanna check to make sure, you know. Yeah, it looks right, but then at that point, ooh, man, this shit is so fire. This scene is gonna be like a lot of like, I think like B-roll shit, you know? So if this shit doesn't end up lining up, you know, or whatever, pretty nice, and we can even check this too. So if we click it, we can right click it now, and we'll come back into our markers, go all the way in, just because I'm curious to see if it actually did line up pretty nicely. Just a little bit off, so yeah, just a little bit off. So yeah, you check it, and then you just make sure that that shit is on point, you know? So like, I like to go through each shot and watch it like endlessly, and then I'll show you what I do as far as like once this is actually done on making sure that this does not move. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually link this, unlink the audio from this real quick, and get rid of this. And then from here though, I'm gonna go ahead and drag this video down to the bottom just so that way, because it's longer, you know, it's just gonna take up lots of the space and just leave us more room. So turn that one off. We got that matched up now. Come into here, grab this shot. And all this is just going through and slowly lining them up. There is also a multicam flow version of this too that you can do, but I'm not too versed in it. Not my like favorite editing technique. I've only used it one time and that shit was super laggy, so I don't know. But right click it, go into here, auto align based on waveform. It should just automatically stay in waveform now. It should be really easy to go through and do this. One thing I need to do here though, it's kind of an effect, but it is required here just because it's just an effect that I'm doing for this. So what I did is I have them in front of this building, and then I shot towards the end just kind of like nothing. And then that way I can take this like little bit of nothing as a clean plate and do a cool ass effect for it. So what we need to do is come here and chop this off. All right, so what we need to do is take this actual front end and chop this out in order to put it on top of our main actors here. And that's going to allow us to kind of do this cool effect to where it looks like they're behind the building as like giants, you know, and then we kind of add some like motion and shit. But first we need to make that. So let's go ahead and do this in the color page real quick. I'll walk you through this. And then I can kind of go more in depth in a different video, but this is just this specific effect for this video we have to accomplish at this point. We're gonna go ahead and go from here into the color page, and we're gonna go ahead and do a very, very nice little trick First things first, I'm gonna go ahead and actually take this and turn another node out at the end, and I'm gonna go ahead and actually add an effect for Magic Mask. If you click here at the bottom, you can see down here, this is our AI Magic Mask 2. This just helps you kind of like cut things out really nicely, really easily. Lets you do some like really cool effects without having to try too hard and spend like hours and hours like, you know, cutting stuff out. So I'm gonna go ahead and click around, add some dots around the actual space. Right now we're just trying to cut out the front, so if we wait and hover over here, we can see that just kind of came through with the clicks. You can click this one here, the toggle mask overlay, in order to see what you're actually selecting. Right now we're on faster. I like to select better. From there though, hopefully it helps, you know, cut out a little bit more of the fine, you know, edges of the image. We're gonna go ahead and come into here, minus some areas, just to see if it's, you know, selecting that or not. And yeah, just kind of clean it up a little bit. But once we have that, we have a pretty good selection. I'm actually also going to grab the tree on the side. Nice tree, building, lines, cool, all good. And then from here though, we have a nice selection of the building. If we right click it, we can go into add alpha output, and from here we can add this into the blue section at the end. You just drag it from this blue to this blue. What that's going to do is put a mask out of this specific thing to our project. So we can look at it. We see that it's not picking up all of this, also not all of this. So we do need to like refine this a little bit. So if we come back into here, we can add more points. We're gonna go ahead and add some more points towards this railing. All the way down, because we're just trying to, you know, we're just trying to make it work. We want this mask to work without having to go through and chop all this shit ourselves, you know? So we're just going through, adding our things towards each like section of this until it gets it all, hopefully. Same idea, I think, towards the side. Nah, right here though, at the top. That's in now. And we're looking at these things. We're gonna go ahead and click more of these like little spokes and wires to try to help it understand what we want to click. And it kind of falls apart a little bit too. Like we could see like even over here now, it's like trying to deselect the board, which is really weird. I don't know. It's kind of a finicky tool, but it's better than what it used to be. Don't know if it has to be perfect. We're gonna go ahead and just check this out real quick. But first things first, we have to track this from forwards to backwards, just so that way it moves. Even though the building is not moving, the mask itself has to follow something. And so you have to track it if you want this alpha channel to go through the entire, you know, video. So from here, we're gonna go ahead and actually go into this, and I'll be right back when this is done. All right, now that the mask is done, a very important step to that, since that just took like, I think, what, 2 or 3 minutes to get done, is to actually track that. From here though, we want to just make sure that we have a clean mask. We're gonna go ahead and go back into here and just look at this. Still looks like it's like not 100%. You can mess with like the smart refine range a little bit. This isn't too like proven. It just does mess with it a little bit. But you can mess with this. I haven't messed with it too much in order to find out like the best settings for it. But this does kind of help, you know, with your actual thing. Let's try like 10. 10. Nice. That looks better. But we have to retract that shit, so one sec. All right, so now that the mask is done, yet again, we don't want to do it again. So what I like to do is come into here. If we have a good mask, I mean, I'm not really sure if we do or not yet. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is just copy this one more time, turn that one off, and then from here, we're gonna go ahead and actually export this as an alpha type of thing. So we're gonna go ahead and come into here. We're gonna go ahead and right click on the edit page. We're gonna go ahead and right click this and then go ahead and go into render in place. From here, we're gonna go ahead and select what? QuickTime. We're gonna go and change this to, no, it's QuickTime. We're gonna go and change the second one, the codec, to GoPro Cineform. We need the type to be RGB 16-bit. We need render at source resolution, which will be just our regular thing. But doing it through here, the codec and the 16-bit RGB will actually create what's known as an alpha. It will actually export as alpha, just so that way you can keep using it. Export that. This will just make this so that way we don't have to track that mask every single time, and create an asset that's in front of this. Ooh, actually, I wonder if I can do. I've seen something through Photoshop where you can select things. I'm gonna actually try that real quick and compare that version of selecting it to this version and see if that's actually better. So give me 1 second, I'm gonna go ahead and grab that real quick. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I am back and I actually did achieve a cutout of this building through Photoshop and its like selection process. I'm gonna actually drop that in and compare this to Magic Mask. I think this might be actually easier if just doing it through Photoshop, honestly, and just grabbing this, just because I think it'll just look nicer. Alright, so let's go ahead and drag this, drop it in, see what it looks like. Building front PNG. Go ahead and take this off, and then from there we can go ahead and immediately see what we're doing as far as like how it lines up and looks. I like it already. We're gonna go ahead and take this though. It's not matched up perfectly, and we need our inspector panel on the side. And right now, we're gonna go ahead and try to just match this up into this. Take our opacity down just a bit, so we can kind of see. And we just need this to match perfectly, just so that way it blends right. And it should have not moved, but it looks like it moved. So here we are having to now make sure it fits. Boom. All right, so got that. A little bit off with color and shit, but oh well. Why is it doing that still? What is? Oh, because the opacity. Tight. All right, sick. Sleeping good at night. And so now we have this here. So if we just extend this out all the way towards the end, we now have this giant effect. So that way it likes like the behind the building, you know. But you still see this is off a little bit, so I need to drop this down maybe, but then I'm afraid it's gonna kind of come off the top. Nope, there we go, there we go. Tight. All right, so there's some issues, like we can see like it's kind of clipping over here. I didn't get that clipped out right. A little bit over here too, and then also just as a whole. So we're going to actually take this up. Take this. This is the reason why we're doing this now, is just so that we can make this as one uniform piece. So we're gonna go ahead and take these and right click new compound clip and push this into its own thing, right? Now from here it's easy to come in and zoom in a bit and lose those imperfections. And you can see here too, like the trees moving a little bit, but we'll add some like movement and stuff like that that kind of like distracts us from this. And plus, as it goes through each thing. One more thing I want to do as like a final product is take away this here, and then actually input like her artist name, or maybe like the actual name of the song. What is it called? Keep on Living. So maybe up here I'll have Keep on Living, you know what I'm saying? And then it has like, Saint Lex featuring, the artist or whatever. It could be like a good title sign. Yeah, but I keep on living. Could be tight. It's gonna take some Photoshop work, but that could be cool. So from here, we're gonna go ahead and just drop this now just towards this section back onto the same track, and start matching up the rest of our clips to the timeline, into the song. Sync wave by waveform. Like I said, same idea. We're just going through, and each individual clip, as long as it was set up good, we could just literally right click it and auto align. We're just gonna go ahead and grab all this stuff anyways, and move this in a bit, because now we're almost on, you know what I'm saying? We're almost just into our timeline now, our stacked timeline. So drop this in, auto align, waveform. Same idea, just a few more, and then that way we can start kind of like, cutting stuff and kind of getting everything kind of pieced together and see where we're at. And then some of these we won't even use, some of these we will use, but then as we kind of go through, we'll know what we do and don't want to use. But at least this kind of gives you the option to pick and choose what you do want to use later, rather than kind of getting rid of it and then having like reintroduce it later. Right click, auto align. And I just talk to myself out loud while I do this too, so that way it's like you just go through the steps, add this, I think. Add this one. We're gonna leave that other one out, auto align. I think this was just a misperformance. Put that with the other misperformance and grab the B-roll. We don't have too much B-roll, but we'll kind of go through that too and show you how to chop that up. From here, what I want to go ahead and actually do is just grab our littler scenes, like our shorter ones. These are going to be our individual scenes of each artist, and put these up. So I like to grab the tracker, put it towards the end, and just drag them up. Right now, what I'm going to do is just move all of our bigger, longer clips of both of them performing just down towards the bottom, just so that way I can easily see where those ones are. So same idea, dragging all these to the top, and then all the long ones get dragged down to the bottom. Same idea with these ones, drag to the bottom because they're longer, and for this one too, drag that over. Same idea, and like this just helps us get it a little bit more organized as far as like how our clips actually look when they're in the timeline. And that way you don't have like a bunch of like random short clips at the bottom, you know, and like tall clips, and like everything just looks kind of like holy, if that makes sense. This gives you the ability to kind of like get stuff laid out a little bit nicer. What is this? Oh, that's our effects and shit. So we're just get rid of that. We made it easier with the other way. Drop this down. So this one's going to be an effect. This one I'm going to chop up kind of here. I was just waiting for this because on this shot, oops, I don't know which one it is. One of these shots we go up and down. I'll show you when we get there, but let's just drop these ones back in. Drop this back in, turn this off, and then from here though we can actually just turn all of these off. And then from here though we actually are able to see our timeline, and that's how we actually have a stacked timeline. This is all our performance shots together. This should be all of them together as well, as far as all of them should be on word point. You know what I'm saying? So now as we go through it, what I like to do from this point is just create a general marker. Just so that way, if for whatever reason, as I'm going through and like chopping things and shifting things around, I create a universal marker on the song, on the clips, and then also on the actual timeline. So that way I know where something's supposed to be at a specific spot. So for instance, I need something that's going to be on everything. This part right here covers everything. So we're going to go ahead and mark this, and we click each clip and hit the M key. And this is going to leave a mark on all these clips. And so if we come into here and we expand it, we now see that all of them have clips, except for this one doesn't have a marker because it's just too short. It's like just out of the window, but we know that this one will always go on the outside of the marker, and that's going to be the end of that one. And then also on the actual timeline, we're going to go ahead and do this and mark that as well. Bring our video tracks back down, and so that way now we have a universal marker that we can mark up and like realign all of our stuff, because at this point what we're going to go ahead and do is come into here, select all of our extra audio that's not the song, right click, link clips, do it again, right click, link clips, and then this last time that you do it, all this will be detached from your video, and we will just delete all of that audio, just so that way it's not on the page anymore. We don't have to worry about it. We know that these are synced up with the actual song, and now we can just kind of keep it clean with this basic timeline right here. All right, so now that we have the timeline laid out as far as our performance scenes, now it's our job to go through and cut this to the beat. A couple ways to do this. One tool that DaVinci Resolve actually has built into it, if you go into your song, if you right click it, you can actually go into the bottom into show music beats. From here, it's going to go ahead and analyze your song. This is a new AI tool that came out recently. But then from there, though, it's going to go ahead and actually mark the song as to where the actual beats are, so that way you can visually see like kind of like where you can put your cuts. This isn't perfect though; it doesn't always match up, just because like lyrics and stuff like that can kind of throw it off. So for it, we're going to go ahead and actually just do this just in case, and I'll kind of show you guys what I do as far as like cutting it. So we're going to actually lock this track away right now. What this will do is when we go through and actually like cut this up, it's not going to chop up the actual song on the bottom. It just leaves it just alone, you know. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick, and then from here we're going to actually listen to the song, play it.
Sleeping good at night.
Why does it sound so?
When I got silk linens, mom's taught me how to hustle.
Shit is loud. Let's turn that down a little bit.
Trying to make $1 billion. You might have had good intentions. The world will turn you to a villain.
All right, so from here I actually like listen to the song, I cut it, but then from here though I actually do switch it up too. I'll show you. So I'll go through and I'll make this cut, and I'll kind of get quick, but then at that point you guys can kind of get a feel for it. But as you go through this, if you just hit what is it? Let me see. I hold Control really, and then from here though I hit B. Let's see. All right, yeah, so there we go. So yeah, Control B to go through and cut this. So as I go through it, I just hold my finger on the Control key and then B, and then as I hear the beat, you know what I'm saying, I can hit B, 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 you know what I'm saying, like that type of thing to kind of cut it. But then from there though, as we go through, it's not like your final cuts, it's just more so going to be what creates the basic cut for you, you know? So let's go through this.
Sleeping good at night when I got silk linens. Mom's taught me how to hustle. I'm just trying to make $1 billion. You might have had good intentions. The world will turn you to a villain. You throwing shot after shot, but I keep on living. Keep on living.
Listen for like thumps and claps.
Keep on living. Man, I keep on living. But I keep on.
And this doesn't have to be, like I said, permanent.
Man, I keep
Well, you know what I'm saying?
But I keep on living. All she do is be rapping. Bitch, right now I'm tapping. I'm doing 100 now on the highway and my seatbelt fastened. I see that most of these niggas be doing this shit, ain't got no passion. I know this shit gotta come to life cause we going dumb on the back end. I know the same ones laughing, gonna be the same ones clapping.
See, so you just kind of go through, make your little cuts. I like to listen to the lyrics too, and like kind of going with that flow.
They saying go let her cook. Bitch, check my teeth, been grilling. Sleeping good at night.
But then yeah, you can kind of like change it, like I said, towards the end.
I'm just trying to make $1 billion.
But this kind of gets us our cuts generally without cutting the actual track. Sorry y'all, let me turn this down too a little bit. That music is blaring, my bad y'all. Turn that shit down just a bit. Get that out your ears, you know? It's a good song though. Just gonna kind of leave this here because I might do something else here. Just more so just the verses and shit. Yeah, see, so right there I missed the beat technically. So I'll go back and like adjust that later on too. Alright, that's pretty much it. We don't need the actual like last little bits for the hook right here and here. We can kind of just go through and, you know, add in our B-roll to that section and kind of fill it in, or, you know, kind of select our performances right there. It's a little bit slower, so it's not as much pressure to kind of do things at that point. It's just, you know, kind of filling it in. So with the timeline cut, we're gonna go ahead and actually come back to our end of the timeline and check out our B-roll. We're gonna unlock the track one. We're going to link and then unlink and delete all the music tracks off this. This is just slow motion 4K 120 footage. From here, we're gonna go ahead and actually chop this up into additional B-roll. So I'm gonna go ahead and right click this clip. If we go up into the file, you can see that this is 120 frames for the, you know, frame rate. So it means we can slow this down up to 20% in here. So if we right click, we can go into change clip speed if I can see it. Change clip speed, and then from here though, I like to change this to 20. Of course, we can always change this later as well if you want to, I don't know, make it not as slow or faster, or like speed ramp it. But then from here, we can actually increase our window now a little bit. If you hit Z, it kind of makes your window full screen, but then we're just gonna go through this and we're just gonna pick out little bits, see what I'm saying, of the artist kind of doing their thing. I cut it, I drag it up. And then since this is super slow motion, like really anything can kind of be used as a moment. Obviously I'm looking for facial cues and like just different hand gestures and stuff or whatever that I can kind of pull from. But with this kind of in the edit, it won't be, you know what I'm saying, you'll kind of see, but like lots we could do with this type of footage, you know, as far as like making it flashy or whatever, you know. But you come through, I do B and A, so B on the shortcut pulls out your blade, A pulls out your arrow. And so what I do is I go through here and I scrub, and then just, you know, go back into cutting. Something like that. You don't have to switch between B to A, but then lots of this is kind of repetitive, so we'll go ahead and just see what we do, but we'll see how we kind of mix this in. Like I said, lots of these performance shots too are slow motion, at least 60 frames a second. And that way we can kind of slow that down too, you know? Love this alleyway, man. This is Rhino Art District up in Denver, Colorado. Ugh, my bad, yo. Tired, man. Stayed up all night to edit this tutorial, and then woke up early in the morning to finish it. As you can see, daylight, you know what I'm saying? Daylight, man. All right, so let's cut this. And like I said, we're just trying to get like cool moments, like little bits and pieces that we can do to like sprinkle in throughout the video. This is a video I wish I got more B-roll for, but I kind of focus on the performances since it is like only like a 2-minute song. Maybe we can even just keep this, you know what I'm saying, like the B-roll as far as like just the hook parts and stuff like that. We'll see once we get there, but same idea, 20% speed, and then from here though we can go ahead and actually change this, but then a little bit, okay, so it's just that beginning part, it's like a little bit off as far as like the brightness. And we're just looking for spots. Cut that. Showing off the grill. I know there's a line in there specifically where she says, talking about her teeth. So we want to make sure that we show those off or whatever, you know, in some kind of cool shot, and we can definitely use that. That was a cool one. A little pull out. Kind of like that too, that little push in's kind of cold. Does she turn her head? Wait for her to turn her head. I'm pulling back too, and then from there, they're going to go ahead and wait. Wait, lip lick, and then she turns her head. And maybe right about there, it looks kind of normal. Something like that, and then we're gonna have to like cut that before it switches up. We'll see. I don't know if I'm actually gonna use that one, but we'll see. Cut that. Let's see. We're gonna take another one of these too, and then like I said, we're gonna do a lot of stuff where we like make certain things color and certain things not color. More so with masking and the grade later on. I'll kind of show you guys what that'll look like. But it's gonna be really cool effect, like I said, where we take the video, we're gonna color grade it twice. So take this grade, make a black and white version with like some kind of cool effect, and then like mix those together into, you know, one cohesive music video look, and it'd be really cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag all these over. This doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just trying to get this away from this other clip currently, because we still have to get the B-roll from this one. This is the one with both artists in the frame. 20, drag this out. Take a little bit of that. Showing off tattoos. We got Denver to Jersey. Get this as it kind of comes up. We're gonna go ahead and grab this. Is kind of like more so his B-roll. We don't have too much B-roll. I mean, that's definitely one thing I would recommend for the music videos is just shoot as much as you possibly can. This is just a 2-hour like run and gun shoot, so you know, only so much you can do. But luckily, like I said, all those clips that we have for the performances are 60 frames a second as well. So like lots of that shit we could take if it's not too crazy on the words, and just put that at 40% speed, and then just use that for like some slow motion stuff too. And do like speed ramps and stuff like that with the actual performances if we want to go that route. But yeah, I'll kind of show you guys what options we have. But we have some B-roll, not too bad. Just let this shit kind of hang. Like I said, some of this shit can just be used as like the hook part, you know, like where we just take like some of these slow motion scenes and just let this shit kind of drag a little bit on the hook, and can kind of add some sort of effects to kind of like make it look a little bit more entertaining. But like that part right there, just keep on living, you know? We got some money flicking. Okay, some claps. Don't like that. I think it's the angle too though. We're gonna go ahead and do this, take this part where they're kind of like chopping it up. Cut that probably before the eyes shift or whatever. Push in. A little choppy, a little movement, but we can maybe add some stabilization. And the face, pulling back, his doing his hands. We got all this color behind him too. This shit should be really cool if we could magic mask him out and stuff, you know? Cut this. Yeah, okay, not too bad. We got some B-roll, more so. Nice. All right. cut that. And then I just delete the extra footage. So we have all of this right here now. We just chopped up our B-roll. If you guys had more B-roll, obviously, you know, you just go through and chop it up. And then from here though, you can actually select all your clips. If you go from here into edit, you can find delete gaps in the middle, and then this will delete all the gaps in the middle and bring all your clips closer. So if we like look at this in correlation to our timeline, we do have some decent slow motion and B-roll clips that we can do. Not that it's like crazy different since it all is in the same spot, you know. I wish I would have gotten some more in like different locations as we proceeded with the artist through the locations. But then it was super hot, and it was a crazy shoot, you know, honestly. But then from here though, we have our B-roll selects. There's no story in this video, so there's not much to really worry about here. And so now we are at the part of building the edit to go through and start piecing together our video. So all the kind of the boring stuff out of the way. Now it's kind of where the creative energy kind of comes into play, where we can actually like craft this thing. So usually how I like to start is I kind of craft our intro first. And then this allows me to kind of create the flow. But like, what, 6 seconds I think until this shit kicks on? Right here she kicks on, so like 5 seconds until this kicks on, so it's kind of nice. And I did shoot something for this as well, as far as like the intro in mind with this shot, where it kind of like trails down the stop sign, and then, you know, kind of puts her in there. I like that. When I got, and see like the beat marker, I mean, it's like the claps and the hits, maybe that this is actually like accurately like hitting. But then for some of it, I want to switch by like actual words. And then from here though, we're gonna go ahead and actually put together our performance shot. So what I do for this is kind of like the multicam workflow. Whereas like the, you know, this is like just my way of doing a multicam workflow type of thing, where I have like my tracks. So as I'm going through and kind of picking out what I want, you have tracks that you can do by clicking on them and clicking D to disable or enable them. And then from here though, we're able to go through our performance shots and like get a feel for, you know what I'm saying, what shot we want to use. And then that way we can kind of pick it in. So I like this one. And we can hit it right on that marker as the beat drops. Something like that. And then from here though, let's go ahead and take this. Nope. And you can see like right when it's like not actually working or whatever, you know. So you're just gonna go through D on these or whatever, you know, and then that way you can kind of like just get a feel for it. I'm trying to find a good line for this one. Ooh, I kind of like that one. Actually, let's take this one off. Let's do something like that real quick, and we can add like some sort of like earthquake effect maybe towards that, and then maybe from here we'll go back into our other frame that I wanted to use. Maybe if I can find it. There we go, pink. Yeah, I think I do have to switch this here. It just doesn't feel right if that shot drags on when the beat drops. Sorry, and then we're gonna add some shit to this one. I'm gonna cut this too, Control B. So this is what I mean by like kind of adjusting it. So as you're going through and kind of like looking at these performance shots, you know, through the video, you can just kind of come through and like adjust the, you know, the cut, adjust the size of the clip, all that type of stuff, you know? And then that way we can, you know, get everything together. Sorry. Sick. And then something I did with this too, I made a empty sign for the, you know, this section. Looks like it's a little bit big too, but oh well. So something like that. And then from there though, we have an empty sign. So if we want to now kind of come in and we can actually change like what we have on the sign. So like an easy way to do this, if we just add like a text layer, you can come in here, we can do keep on living. Is it living or live in? Living on the actual title. So we can come into here, obviously like it's like a little perspective warp. There's easier ways to do this through like Fusion and stuff like that, but then this is just kind of like the easiest way I can show you guys how to do this and keep this kind of in the tutorial. But then from here though, you can change the pitch and the yaw to see if you can get it to actually match up more so with this. We're gonna come into here, we're going to rotate this a bit. And then I'm gonna look at this, and then like right now I'm just looking at the edges here to see if I can make this right. There we go, that looks pretty decent. Let's see, we're gonna go ahead and try to get this centered though. Keep on living, something like that. And obviously the font is trash. There's a lot of different things wrong with this, but we're gonna go ahead and come into here, go through and change the font. Let's change this to orange as well. Actually, let's pick screen color. Let's do literally the orange that was on here. We're just looking for a cool font. Like the thicker font looks pretty nice because it just looks kind of like it fits there. That one doesn't look too bad either, but all this looks kind of cheesy. We're gonna go ahead and see what we can do to get it better, but keep on living, that kind of looks good. But I think what we're gonna go ahead and do is just take this out, keep the on living, drop this down a little bit more, maybe to right here. And then we can also even change this up too, you know, so we can make that something like that. And then drag this up, come back into here, paste in the name, or my bad, keep. Drag this up, make it smaller. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom way in real quick. And you can see this is blurry, like as opposed to the billboards. So like I said, there is more that we can do to actually get this to blend in more. But I'll show you that in just a second once we get our thing together, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and do Saint Lex. Featuring Dank, which is the artist. So we're gonna go ahead and actually kind of create a title screen like this. I'm gonna go ahead and make that bigger, or like wider, I guess. Do something like this. Zoom in. So boom, now we have something like this where it's like, you know, keep on living. Something like that, you know, to where it's like, you know, it's just built in. And then that's kind of like, you know what I'm saying, that's kind of clean, you know, it's kind of clean. Obviously, like there's some issues, so if you run into here, first things first, what we're gonna go ahead and actually do is, well, I wonder if we could do, I don't think it's gonna work, I think it's gonna be all separately. So we come into here and do the effects panel on the left side. What I'm gonna go ahead and do first is add a little bit of a drop shadow. So we type in drop. You change this little magnifying glass to all folders, gonna go ahead and search all your stuff. We can go ahead and drop a drop shadow on here. Obviously, there wouldn't be too much shadow if it was realistically text on it, if any shadow at all. But then from there, though, what I'm going to do is just make it a little bit of a outline. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop the shadow strength, change the thing, change the blur. You know what I'm saying? Just something like this, so that way we can make a little bit of a pop out of it, and it just looks a little bit more interesting. Let's see, then from here though, we can go ahead and copy this, go on to the other effects, Alt V, maybe, Control C, Alt V, there we go. Let's see, let's go ahead and undo everything except for what, Fusion effects, plugins, take all this off, and just the Fusion effects. We're gonna go ahead and don't show, apply, boom. So that kind of gets us that. I don't like the text on the bottom though. It should is not sticking out that well. We're gonna go ahead and make this like this, and then also see if we could change the font to something a little bit different, so that way it stands out a little bit more, but then still kind of fits into this whole aesthetic. Kind of like that. It's kind of difficult to read. see, let's make it bigger. Something like that. Yeah, that's cool. Tight. So something like that. St. Lex featuring Dank. Still not in love with it. I think it's just because maybe the color. Let's go ahead and change this real quick, see if I can pick a different color. Like obviously white's not gonna work. Orange is like really the only option at this point. Unless I were to pick something way different, but I think everything else is going to look off. So let's just do orange, stick to it. And then from here, let's go ahead and pick a different font though, something that's definitely easily legible. And then we're gonna have to blend this a little bit more, like I said, but I'll show you guys how to do that. I like this one a lot. That one's tight. Let's go ahead and take this, drop it somewhere around there. And then from here, I'm gonna go ahead and change the blend mode. We're gonna go ahead and mess with this to see what we can find that's going to help us blend it in a little bit more. Darken works a little bit nicely. Let's see. Yeah, maybe darken. I like that, honestly. Darken. That's good. It kind of like blends in with the paint more. And then from there, I'm gonna go ahead and change all of these to darken. I think doesn't really do much on that one. I think it's just because there's no blue underneath it. What does overlay look like for this one? Nope. Nope. Another thing we could do is change the darken. It kind of helps bring in the blue through it, but then from there, we can actually change the opacity a little bit to kind of help bleed that through to the background. Just change this to 85. And it's just gonna help all that background texture kind of seep onto the text a little bit more and help it make it, you know, feel a little bit more lived in. But another thing, obviously this text is too sharp, as we can see just towards the actual billboard. So what we can do is come into here and type in blur in our effects, do like a Gaussian blur. And then that's our bottom text, obviously, that's just blurred out. But now if we change this, we can kind of just make it a little bit messier. And then that way it looks like it, you know, fits in a little bit more. So let's go ahead and copy this, paste it. And then now both of these, nope, they do not. All right, never mind. We're gonna go ahead and just drop this in. It should be copying that fusion effect over, but I think it's a new feature, so I'm not quite sure. Something like that, so 1.16. 0.1.6, oops. 0.116, there we go. All right. So now we have some new text on the billboard, just like that, off of a Photoshop PNG. So I extracted the text off of Photoshop, but then from here though, now we have cool things. One thing we can do too, we can maybe do like an outline on the letters, but that's through like more so Fusion. So what we're gonna go ahead and do now is just take this and we're going to make this into a compound clip. And then that way we have this as like an actual shot or like add-on that we can just, you know, kind of put on any of these shots now. But I think we're just gonna leave. And then from here though, we can even do something like a dynamic zoom where we have, oops, that's the whole thing. So we actually have to do something as a whole. So what for this, let's just go ahead and take this, pop this on. So you can kind of see the before and after. Looks like that thing is a little bit more shiny. Which I guess I could have used that as a reference. But I kind of like the... yeah, okay, gets rid of some of the ghosting, which is nice. I don't know, maybe not. Pull that down a little bit more, nah. 1.010. So I'm just trying to like get this right, just the sizing, so that way this isn't as noticeable. I think that's got it. So yeah, now we have this type of thing. So now we can do some sort of like what? Well, I still want to keep this. So we're gonna go ahead and just make another copy. I'm gonna go ahead and I think you could change the name. Probably, but then we're gonna go ahead and just leave that off, keep these together and merge them. So new compound clip into these. And then that way we can go ahead and move into this without having to move individual pieces. So now we can kind of come into here, dynamic zoom this thing. We're gonna go ahead and change it from ease in to ease out. We want it to zoom in to out, so what I'm gonna go ahead and actually do is emphasize this and take this dynamic zoom all the way kind of into this shot, where it's like both of them here in the frame with that here, so that way people can kind of see it. And then that way, boom, we kind of get that. And then there's still more that we can do to add to this, but now we take that static shot and we start adding some more things to it, and then also we put our title screen creatively into the actual video, where it's just built into that. Like, come on, dude, that shit is hard, that shit is hard. Real quick, also while I'm here, I'm gonna go ahead and actually grab a screenshot of this. If you come into here, your color page, you can come in and right click and grab a still. This is just going to be possibly a thumbnail later on that I can use, but you know, maybe once I actually get the full grade on there, because right now I just kind of have color correcting on there. I don't have my actual grade on there yet, but I'll show you guys how I do that and like what I'll do to actually bring this to life more so with the colors. But see, now we can kind of see us putting together the video, you know what I'm saying? Everything's kind of coming together. But now looking at this, I do, I mean, because it matches, but it's not as saturated. All right, let's see. Let's decompose in place. We're gonna go ahead and use clips only. Decompose in place, using clips only. We're gonna go ahead and take all of these though real quick. Go into our color page. These are our text effects. We're gonna go ahead and actually make them a little bit more orange. So I'm gonna go ahead and increase the saturation just a bit to what, 70? 70 looks about right. Let's see, let's do 85. 85, and then 85. And then all I did is just change the actual saturation of the lettering. And then from there though, that just kind of helps pop it out just a bit more. And then we can just go ahead and pop this back into a compound clip. Redo our zoom back into that 1.010 so we can put that back into place. And then from there though, you can kind of see that tree moving back there, but you can't tell too much, you know? But that shit goes hard, dude. Come on. I wish there was like a black outline I could add towards this, which I think, let me see. All right, my bad. We're doing this a little bit differently. So let's go ahead and back into here. If you go back into your text effects, so if we go into the text, and then from video into title, there's different things here as far as shading goes that we can actually add. I want to say what, black shadow, red outline. So we can actually click this, add an outline, and then from here though, we can do a black outline. Okay. I wonder if there is a way, what, softness, glow. Not really doing much. Blend, priority positioning. Just looking at how I can get this a little bit nicer, but let's just do something like that. And then we're gonna have to do that on each one of them. So shading, outline, turn it on, change it to black. And then, yeah, we're just going to change the thickness on this. I don't want a crazy black outline, but just enough to kind of like, you know, emphasize it. But I gotta see how this looks too once it's actually all said and done together. Not the black shadow, we already have our drop shadow. Another way to actually do a shadow is through here. Let's see, change this to black. And then same idea, just change the thickness down a bit, because it doesn't have to be too crazy. I don't want it to be overwhelming. Change this thickness as well down more so. Something like that, you know, so that way it just pops a little bit more. We're gonna go ahead and re-compound clip this. And then do our adjustment, 1.010. And then yeah, it looks okay. Now it looks a little too popped out. That's not a bad thing though. It just looks a little too sharp. Let's see. I guess let's go back. My bad, y'all. I'm killing this shit as far as the back and forth, but you can just see it. It just stands out too much. So let's go ahead and go back into here, mess with our Gaussian blur, and we are going to make this a lot worse. So that way it looks better, if that makes sense. It's all about trying to like blend your stuff so that way things look similar, you know? And you can see obviously like there's like a crazy blur with the sign. So here we are trying to blend this all together. Where is all the way at the bottom? And we're just trying to match consistently through that. And see, like, part of me just wants to like full send this shit. So like if I look at this, I mean, yeah, it looks super blurry, but let's just do it this way. Push this up to a crazy point to really make it look like it's part of that sign. Take that blur up. Top one. All right, there we go. All right, now we're getting kind of varying levels. So let's change this. Whoops, why didn't I change that back? All right, so my bad. This is just you know what I'm saying, messing with it until we get something that we're happy with. You know, that kind of looks a little better. That looks more natural, you know, so if we blur that, like I said, we kind of have that darkening effect mode too, so it looks like it's actually placed on you here. And then that, you know, kind of makes it look believable. And so now I think that looks better, a lot less sharp, a lot less crazy. Let's go ahead and finalize this though real quick in our text. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop this back down, rotate it a little bit more, change that, drop this, keep on living. Ooh, not that part. We want this part on living. Just down a little bit more. We're looking at this too, that is off. So let's go ahead and grab this. Oops. If I could find it. Nope. Middle one, come on. Rotate that. There we go. All right, I mean, it's kind of close to perfectionist mindset sometimes, but there we go. It's close enough. Then from there, I'm gonna go ahead and finally compound this a clip again. And then from there though, we're gonna go ahead and do our last zoom in. 1, 0. Put that back into where I like it. And then from there though, we have this. So we can do our dynamic zoom once we compound clip these two again. And then from here though, dynamic zoom. Let's go ahead and go back into ease in and out. And ease in and out will actually I like dynamic zoom just because it kind of keeps it an easy way to quickly zoom in and out of your shots without having to do too much stuff. This is just tripping right now, I think. So if we just come in here, dynamic zoom, I don't know what it was doing, but it's just seeing some other shit right now. So I'm just trying to ignore that, crop it, something like that. So now when we, ooh, like that shit go hard. Come on, dude. Like, come on, man, that shit is hard. There's a little bit of a sway with this dynamic zoom though, so I'm gonna actually 0.20. I'm gonna move in the whole shot a little bit more. Whoops, not that much though. 1.020. Just barely, so that way I can make sure that top doesn't come off. Sorry, all right, let's go ahead and go through the rest of the song now that we have that kind of created, and then now we have something that we can kind of grab and just we have that sign if we ever want to show it again. Obviously, like this one's not going to be easy to replace. I mean, we could go through Fusion and like track the shot too and maybe replace that. But yeah, good luck. It's a lot more work, especially with like the way it crosses. Maybe if I cut it like here, it'd be a little bit easier to kind of get that away. All right, same idea, cut this. Ooh, and then like we're gonna do like stabilization later. So we're gonna do something like this. I'm gonna see what I can do because obviously I did come into the frame. I had this reflector right here that was, you know, we were bouncing light back into the frame. I just don't like it, I'm too far. Let's check this real quick. Yeah, let's just switch that real quick. See? And then we're just gonna go ahead and kind of switch between these. That one I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see if I can wait to keep lots of his shots until like a little bit later. Except for that one. But we're gonna go ahead and mess with this more. I don't like that one too much. We gotta find like the best shots here. Let's go ahead and go back to this one. There we go. Ooh. But I keep on living. Hey. This song go hard, man. St. Lex, stank. Alright, let's do something like that. Let's cut it there. Oops. You see that beat marker down here? So like I said, you can see these things. And then from there though, whoops, what am I hitting? Oh, I'm hitting the forward arrow. But if we listen to this, right on that, cut right there, Control B. Take this off. We need to cut all of this though. You can see sometimes it doesn't do that. And then also like we're cutting into our song. I forgot. So let's go ahead and just take this down at the bottom. You can just drag this and then we're gonna go ahead and relock this down so that way we don't actually cut our song. And then we're just going through. I like that. I don't like this one fully right there. Love this shot. We're gonna see if I can drag this shot out a little more. I like that quickness, but I want to see if I can get a little bit more. There we go. See, there we go. Then we can bring that shot back in. So it's all about kind of like bouncing between your shots. You can still always even check to see if there's other shots that you like better. Ooh, see, like that one. You know, so like right there. Like, tell me that shit don't go hard with the reflector. Ooh, that shit go hard. All right, and wait till you guys see the effects. Forever, we're gonna make it like really, really cool as far as like the effects go with the color grading. Do something like that. I like that shit. Just trying to save some shots until the I like that. Yeah, when she says that shit, but then it doesn't really line up for the rest of the shots. We're gonna go ahead and cut that, move that. All right, so we had a couple of safe shots that we have. I really love this shot, but I'm not trying to overuse it either. But how do you not? How do you not? It's a little short right there. I mean, it goes with the beat. But yeah, see, like right there, gives it a little bit more room to breathe or whatever, so that way it's not too. Let's do. Yep, love that shit. Not on the beat, so I'm gonna go ahead and go over there, hit that beat marker, and like I said, this is where you kind of like whatever, you know, get things together. And I did mess this up. Looks like this didn't cut right, so I'm just gonna grab this and drag it. If you go into the middle of your clips as well, you can kind of just hover above it and drag your stuff over left and right. And then also there's ways to like condense your clips and stuff like that. I wanna go ahead and grab all of these, just hover above the top, drag it down, and then you can actually move this over. And then from here though too, we can do another dynamic zoom. This is what I just mean as far as like dynamic zooms. You know, like just the easing out makes that shit so simple to actually do. And you can do zoom in and out, swap it, it's pretty easy. All right, so not in the thing. I'm looking for a hype shot right now. Not really in love with any of these. We're saving this one for the performance. Yeah, let's just something like that. Change it to, let's see, let's go back into this one real quick. Damn, I wish that reflector was right there. We're gonna go ahead and go into here. right in that all. I mean, I know it's not like a beat marker, but I like that, like kind of like how it builds. And I know I pushed in here. So we could do something like that. I mean, it's not like the punchiest shot because that reflector wasn't hitting right there. I wish I had a professional assistant on board. I had the homie help me, the other artist kind of help me on this, you know, as far as like holding the reflector, but I wish I would have had just a another person there to kind of help. My bad, I had to make sure the recorder was going, but I wish I would have had just another person there to help. We're just gonna look at this, see when that light kind of comes back in. Kind of like that. Definitely not this one. Maybe it's that man. Wonder what, let's see, let's go ahead and see what this shot looks like. Nah, it doesn't actually extend that long. We're going to cut that too. Do you rapping? Cut that, just that little push in, since I don't have that full sharpness as the, you know, the light pushing in on her. Kind of missed focus a little bit on that autofocus right there. With that dee, you know, like it's kind of an awkward thing. We might do some kind of effect with that later on. Nope. Playing my seatbelt fast. We're gonna go ahead and cut that right there. I like that bit, but I don't like this bit. And then from there though, maybe that can help us bridge this weird section. She's about to do another line right here. Yeah, see, so there we go. So it's just kind of like about finding the flow. You know what I'm saying? And then from there though, like what you can do too, I mean, I'll kind of do this more so like later on. But like I said, dynamic zooms. So you can cut this in half. You can kind of come into here, do a dynamic zoom in. And then from there though, we can do on the other clip, same thing, ease in and out. You know, a little zoom in, zoom out. You know, and so just like that, you're easily able to add that energy to it, you know? And then from there, we want change to something like this. Chop it right there. Control B, Control B. Sometimes when you hit Control B, it doesn't actually like chop it all the way. Also, another thing, I keep my hands literally on Control S, like as I'm editing. It's a lifesaver as far as like, you know, making sure you don't lose your project progress, you know? Yeah, we're just gonna take this whole thing right here. I'm trying to use as much of this clip as I can without overkilling it, you know? Yeah. Unfortunately, that haze kind of comes in there. You can kind of see where it hits there just a little bit too. Of course, it has to be like just that close. There's a little bit of an issue here. Oh shit, maybe not. Maybe that shit will work. We can cut that frame. Hey, kinda. Seems like it still kind of comes in. Yeah, still just a little bit, but not as much. Ooh, with the walk down. Sometimes with editing, you just have like miracles, like editing miracles, where things just match, you know? Laughing. Cut this, it's not all the way on point. Let's go ahead and take this a little bit, and then take this. I want to come in with the no. No, we don't want with the motion. I like that shit. Let's see how long we want to go this portion. Probably just that. Probably just that. One with the motion. I just like the way she claps her hands, and then that specific shot just looks so good. Let's change that. Don't like that one. Let's do another. Right now, we're not looking for energy right now. We're gonna kind of add that through it. We're looking for energy, but not through the actual edit, you know? Cut this. Try that. I like the way the reflector moves at that point, but then it kind of makes that other shot. Nice, dude, nice. We got tons of performance shots to switch to. You say go on, we could. Then we're gonna have to do some kind of like punch in here to get rid of that reflector, but I like that. See, so bitch check my teeth, been grilling. So we wanna, I like that shot too. And then we're just gonna cut that here. Or maybe I'll do here. Drag this out so it goes a little bit longer. And then, yeah, we're gonna have to see. Maybe I'll just cut that. Yeah, let's just cut this here. I don't like it dragging on. Her eyes move a little bit. And then we're just going to do something like that. Sleeping good at night. Drag that shit over. And so far, look how, you know, we're kind of in it already. And right now we're just going through, picking our performance scenes, turning on what we do and do not like. And that way we can kind of, you know, get our complete picture. And then still we can always change these. That's why I like this flow as well. So we can always change our performance scenes too. So that way if the artist is like, oh, I don't like this, you can always come back here and like pop on a different performance scene. But we're looking for, oop, I forgot I didn't use much of that. Let's go ahead and see what ones we can replace for some of that yellow chain link fence. But I keep on living. Let's check this one real quick. Nah. Let's check this one real quick for the fence. There we go. That shot's too cold. Yeah, I don't know, man. So I guess, yeah, not too many of those shots. Just maybe one more, like I said, here. Not too many of those ones that we're gonna actually kind of pop into the video, so. And we can always pop it in towards like a hook or something like that. Something like that. I swear I should just get rid of that one. I wish I would have got some more wide shots too. All right, that's better. Love that fence shot too. That should go hard. Change this. I think I'm gonna like the color grade on some of these more too when I do my effect. But I keep on. Nope. Like I said, just keep going through your shots. There it is. I like that one. All right, and then we got the whole hook here. Let's see. I guess let's just go into his verse real quick, because I think for that we're gonna do some B-roll and shit. We'll see what we do. We might use some of it, you know, but we're just gonna kind of hop into his shit real quick. Damn, I wish I didn't cut his head off here. And then what? This one he's not really. Let's go ahead. All right, we do have this. Let's see. Where is that other shot of her? Because I did shoot something to where. Yeah. See. So I do have this. So let's see. Yeah, so let's do something like that. Right on that man, cut that shit. We're gonna go ahead and drag this up. And I have it so where it went up, but I wonder if I pull this back. Boom, and so that way it looks like it's like a smooth transition, but not as much. Let's see, let's pull this. Yeah, so it's close. You can try to come into here, effects, video transitions, erase what we had in the text box. You can try a smooth cut right here and see what that looks like. We're gonna go ahead and take this, ease in and out. Drag this out. I think we're gonna rock with this shot. Not 100% in love with it. We can try to, let's see, I wonder if we take this, drag this over, lower the opacity. We could try to like match it a little bit more towards the beginning. Where are we? Eesh, way off, dude. Way off. Let's do something like this though. And then what? We'd have to like collectively zoom in as a whole. Yeah, it's only that second. So we're just gonna leave this here, honestly, change the opacity back. That's better. I wonder with this one if I can smooth cut now, maybe. Nah, it's still gonna do crazy shit. In and out. Okay, we're gonna current rock that. I'll see how it looks like in the actual thing. Skip. Like I said, not always to the beat, sometimes it's to the words too. So with this, I'm just gonna come in and just delete that since it's just a space in between. Drag that over. You can drag clips, like I said, by kind of hanging to the side. So you kind of do this, you can select all these and then come to the side. You'll see like this thing, left or right, and you can just drag that over. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I really want to use this shot, but I don't like how those two go together. Like that. Don't have the reflector on him here. Pop in one of those ones for him. Something like that. Cool. All right, we're looking for a shot of this. I'm not sure where the reflector was with this dude. There it is. He's not hitting his words at the moment. So yeah, something you gotta look out for too, and just make sure artists are hitting their words. Just because on some of this it's not hitting. Such a germ. Cut that. On the mic like Howard Stern. Cut that shit too. Same idea, just dropping these, flipping these so that way everything kind of goes together. Don't want to use that one again. Not yet. Alright, kind of like that. Cut something like that. Chop this. Not hitting the lyrics. So yeah, like I should have been paying attention more to this on set because I didn't realize that lots of these words weren't getting hit. And that's gonna make it difficult. Be too different, so we're gonna have to like chop this up a lot, unfortunately, so that way we can try to make it look like everything's hitting. A little bit off on the beat right here, you can see that by the marker. Cut right here. We're going to cut this as well. Cut. We're just gonna use all of that shit. If his words are on point, we're gonna have to check that, but we're going to chop this, something like that. It's like, it's close, but it's not all the way there, so we're gonna go ahead and chop that. I'm not sure, like maybe we could do some zooms to kind of hide that, but there we go. Cool, and then it kind of kicks back on again to the quicker beat, to the quicker pace. Cut this again. We're going to change this here. I like that one. I'm trying to use that more. I thought I had more reflector accuracy with that. That was me, that's crazy. Take another beat right here. I'm gonna go ahead and I need to find one where he's not like directly in the middle. Ooh, I like that right there. All right, that's right. Something like that. There we go. All right, tight. So that's pretty much that. We're gonna go ahead and finish this up too with Try to find a shot. And nothing really came into play too quickly besides this one, but it's a little bit out of focus. We're just gonna take it though. We're gonna take it, we're gonna take it. Let's see. Oops. Let's do something like this. Let's chop this up. Let's drag these ones over. Yep. Oop, I see another issue over here. Whatever, we can mess with that later. Let's do something like that. Let's drag this stair shot out a little bit more as I pull out. Nope. Turn that off, turn that off. Oh yeah, y'all keep yawning. So tired, man, crazy. Keep on, yeah, keep on, but I keep on living. Kind of works, but you can see the illusion break towards the end. So we're just gonna keep that here. So now we have a timeline of our actual edit. You know, with like some dynamic zooms kind of placed throughout it so that we kind of see what we can do. But virtually this is our actual edit, and then now we have to kind of go through, well, luckily for this one, usually what I do is I even create like my intro, so I'll go through and like take my favorite B-roll shots, chop those up, and then kind of bring that into the intro. And then from there though, I create my, you know, intro with my title screen and stuff like that. Let's go ahead and grab my logo too. We're gonna go ahead and throw that in there. Let's see, grab that from the computer. Let's see, J-Angel Visuals, go ahead and drag this in here. I just have a PNG of my logo that I add on for my tag onto my videos. All my music videos I edit always get my tag. Where I'm at currently, it is like, it's like a badge of honor, you know? So we can do something like this. We're just going to fade this in, fade it out, just something short and sweet, well, over the course of a second. Something like this before she even gets on screen, something like that. Same idea, fade off for another second. You can just come to the edges of your clips and grab these like little white ticks, and you can like fade your stuff out pretty easily. Something like this. For it, I do also want to see if I can come in and add some stabilization. We're gonna go ahead and try similarity, stabilize. You can come into your inspector panel and just stabilize clips like this. It's pretty easy to do stabilization in here, but it just depends on how it looks. Damn, that was pretty clean. Didn't see any warps. I'm gonna move it kind of quick though, real quick. No, that's pretty clean. All right, so with that chopped up, so now we go ahead and actually just drop in our B-rolls. So this is kind of just us filling in the video. And then from here though, we can go ahead and kind of push into more of a finished product at this point. And then kind of finish, you know, our grade and do effects and stuff like that. All right, so let's go ahead and actually just lay in our B-roll at this point. Put these shots kind of where we want to, and then this will kind of help us fix our flow. We're gonna go ahead and do his first, since it might be a little bit easier just to get him in there. I think it's all these, so yeah. So from here on out, and then from here we can actually just take these B-roll clips, just pop it kind of over his verse, and then take hers and pop it kind of over hers. And then from here though, we're able to kind of just go through the song and, you know, put some shit where we need to. Let me see, let me check out what we have. Let's take this one, I really like that one. Really like that one too, but that could be more like the keep on living part. Let's take his actually out real quick. It's a little distracting. Let's just pop his over here. Let's pop hers right here for now. And then let's see if we can do something like this. And so now we can kind of so like lots of these things we can just kind of drag out. I like these dynamic zooms though. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that here. It's just a little too long because that's like 12 seconds to 17 seconds, like 5-second clip right here. All right, not bad. And I forgot to, I was actually doing this shit on proxies, like my coloring. So like, I hope my coloring is decent. If not, we'll have to go through and like actually change all this shit to, you know, match. But no, it looks like colors are pretty good. All right, cool. Usually when you make proxies, it does change the colors like drastically because the file type isn't the same. So it doesn't reflect as to what you're actually seeing. Okay, and we're just looking for some of the best clips that we can do to kind of add in. Ones that are not cheesy, if possible. Usually, like I said, you can go through and shoot a lot more B-roll, but we'll see what we can take from the performance scenes. Oh, hey. Not too many, but I think the performance scenes go fire. Like, to be honest, man, like, I like... Oh, we still have the hook in the front, too, so there we go. No, I don't like that one. And we could do like a speed ramp here too. Let's see. Let's do a right click. Let's go ahead and go into change retime controls. Let's see, from here we can make it bigger. We're gonna go ahead and add a speed ramp at this point. So I want to do it on the click, but we could do like a motion where it does like that. So let's go ahead and add right here a speed point. Here another speed point. And then from here we have our time stuff, so we can actually drop this and condense it into making it a lot quicker. Yeah, no, something like that. Quick little speed ramp. Right on that, man. Something like that. And then a new thing in DaVinci 2, if you click this one that we just did our keyframes on as far as the speed ramping goes, you can come into now here and see these keyframes. If we click up at the top left into this like little keyframe curve section, it'll give us our keyframes here. Trying to zoom out. There we go. If you hold Alt and like scroll your wheel, you can kind of zoom out of here, get it a little less claustrophobic, and then just select all of this stuff. And if we hit one of these up here, it's going to actually help us, you know, curve this shit, ease in and out. And then from here though, I like to do this. I think there's another way to do this as far as like making it smoother, but I'm still learning this process just because, you know, this used to be a little bit different in DaVinci Resolve until recently. But this definitely helps make it smoother, you know? Let's change this a little bit. Have it come in right here. There we go. So I think that's gonna be our flow for our like things. Something like this. Same thing, right click, retime controls, add a speed point. We're gonna go to where we want. Something like there. Add speed point. Make it small. Put it over our point. Something like that. And then just make sure we're not covering. That's fine. Something like that. I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, it looks like it's on the thing. It sounded like it was off a little bit. Keep on. All right, I think for the verse, I'm just going to leave. I think for this, I'm just going to save. Just save the B-roll for the hook, honestly. I'm going to adjust this too real quick because you can see this kind of coming in. So if we zoom in, we can adjust that crop. So that way it's not relevant. All right, we're gonna leave that in there. We're going to do something. Let's cut this. This doesn't have to be long. Doesn't have to be speed ramp either. Something like this. Not really liking that. Let's do it on this cut. Nah, we don't. Oops. All right, so this shit I can cover for sure. Sky. Yeah, and this shit's kind of jumping everywhere. Let's go back into color. Let's reset. Let's go ahead and take her. Or actually, let's do something different. Since he's coming into play now, let's go ahead and take him. There we go. Let's go ahead and go into better. Track that. Nice. Keeps it simple. Gets him into play. But then I'm not sure if I want to do. Not bad. And I think we could even do like more shit if we wanted to, like, I don't know what. I wonder if I do, because what, the blue is the building color. No, I think I'm just gonna leave that like that. Yep, and then for this one, I'm actually going to do something similar to the other one. Let's see, we're going to go back into this one. Copy the black and white adjustments over to this. Just see if it works at all for this shot. Okay, not bad. Oops, I do not need to be on Magic Mask right now. What is happening? Reset. There we go, just something like this. Something like that, we'll just keep it like that, so that way this is just, you know, getting rid of our color, keeps it simple, so that way we don't have to go through and like do too much shit. And then I wonder if for this one, I just want the green in play, so let's go ahead and see if we can come into here. Let's see, let's add another node. I think this is how you do it, so let's desaturate this. Let's turn that off, coming back into here, and we're going to try to qualify the greens. Shift H, and then we can kind of see more so of what we're picking up. We're just trying to get all of the green into this, and so slowly kind of go through and pick out your pieces. We have the bigger dropper tool on right now. And see, slowly but surely you can kind of come through and get all of that. So we can get that whole word in there. And then from here, I want to say what we can turn Shift H, take the alpha of this into the saturation. Oops, turn it on. There we go. So then we can just invert this. There we go. Cool. So invert this, and we get that kind of cool effect right here where it's just the green in play. And then yeah, and we could even do something to where it's like, I wonder. So what? We go into here. Let's go back into the first frame. From here, you can go into keyframes. We're going to select this first one here, this corrector 1, and we're going to change the hue just a bit, and we're going to go ahead and mark this. And then we're going to go ahead and go through it, change the hue again to something different. Okay, nope, that's not going to work. Something's happening. It's probably just what's going through. I wonder if I just come through here and change this. Yeah, there we go. So that's what it is. So it's just because it's going through the desaturation node. So let's go ahead and actually reset this. Come into corrector 3. Back to the beginning though, real quick. Mess with the hue a little bit, and then we're gonna go ahead and actually drop a keyframe. Sorry, keyframe. Go back to the end, and then we're going to drag this all the way over. And then what that will do? Okay, well, what it should do is create like a dynamic keyframe. Why did it not? 50. There we go. So yeah, I don't know. These keyframes in here be tripping. That's one thing about Premiere. I'll give it that. The keyframes in there when I was using it did work a little bit better. But keyframes are no reason to use that program. I swear on my life. See, so something like that. Cool. Let's go ahead and take this real quick. Sorry, monitor's about to die. Take this. I don't think. See, I'm losing track of my renders and places for my magic frames. Oh, right, I tracked that shit. Never mind. So now we're going to take these, render in place, and we're just going to move this marker up as we kind of go through and like render these in place, just so that we can keep track. And this is, like I said, this is all going to save you from having to go through when you get to the export process and having to go through and like revise your masks and shit like that, because it's just a lot. It's a lot of work. Let's check this real quick and just make sure. Yeah, no magic mask. That's just the saturation windows on the side. This one doesn't need it either, so we can skip that because that's not magic masked. This one probably will be. Let's go ahead and take this, grab our subject into magic mask. Let's go ahead and hop into better. Let's just change these on already, so that way we can see it immediately. Pop your clicks on. Perfect. Why did it grab? There we go. There we go. Add alpha output. There we go. Perfect. I'm not sure if I want to invert this yet, so let's go back into here. Turn this off. Yeah, for sure I want to invert that. I like the color of the background better, I think, than this front thing. I think the wall's what kind of drew me into it. Let's go ahead and invert this. Back up into here. Perfect. And then let's go ahead and just drag this over. We're gonna go ahead and render in place from now, and that way we can go ahead and, like I said, there we go. Jeez, like back clicking. Select folder. Okay, pop that out. There we go. Same idea here. I want to do the same shit where I do that switch, but then this time we're gonna go ahead and actually do it the opposite way, where it starts from the other way. So we're gonna go ahead and still same idea. Look for a frame where we can kind of see everything of her, and we're going to mask her out. Add our alpha. Oops. Add our alpha. Like if only this thing, yeah. If only this was like quicker, Track this. Perfect. And then let's check it. I think it should start off right normally. Nope. Go back into here. Let's go ahead and invert. So this time it's the opposite way. Yeah, no, so right when she hits that again, this one, you know, comes into color, right? Let's go ahead and select again. Yeah, this is just the tedious process, man. Like I said, if y'all want to fast forward this part, feel free. I'll have it marked on when I actually start doing like other things outside of the masking and stuff. But then at that point, just gives you the ability to learn more if you guys want to watch me do these things. But this is pretty uniform unless you have like a hard time with magic masks and like all that stuff. Then at that point, you can kind of learn to see if I, you know, correct things and stuff like that. But this tool is pretty nice, can't lie. Let's go back into the edit page. Boom, so now we have that. Ooh, that shit is so tight. Oh my gosh, man. I gotta watch that shit over and over again. That is so sick. All right, tight. So we can see how everything's kind of coming together. From here, we're gonna go ahead and render it in place again. And you see how long this takes. Like so far, we're like 27 seconds into this video, but luckily the video is like, what, 2 minutes? And then from here, though, this is like the hardest part is just these masks. Once we knock this out, then at that point, like I said, kind of like with the other thing back here. Where we put it? Here. Oop, computer getting laggy now. We are still in 4K though too, with all these stuff, you know what I'm saying? But luckily now we're in this other timeline. All right, so moving on to the next shot here, we have this one here. And the reason why we're going through clip by clip and doing this on everything is just so that way we can actually put together like a consistent look throughout the actual, you know, video, and it's not just, you know, showing this effect a little bit and then just shying away from it for the entire thing. Consistency is everything, I think, in music videos. If you're going to do an effect once, I would kind of like expect to see it twice, maybe, depending on what the effect is. Obviously, don't overkill it. Like I said, you know, season your music videos correctly, you know. But then, yeah, let's go ahead and do a magic mask real quick. Pick out our person. Shit, she all over the place on this one. I wonder if I can do the sign on this one. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, there we go. One where it's all, and then we can see if we can grab the sign. And maybe the stop sign too, we'll see. Okay, any day now. There we go. Okay, not too bad. Some iffiness on the outside. A little bit better. Let's see, let's go ahead and track this real quick. Let's see what this looks like. And then I can decide if I want to grab anything else from here. I mean, shit, it looks pretty decent. This is when I wish I actually could change that. I mean, I could probably do it. It would just take a long time to actually go through and like go through Fusion and change this too. Yeah, boom. So there we go. Let's get these headphones turned back on too. What? Cut that one. Control B. Slice that shit. Let's see. We don't need to change the. Whoops, looks like that wasn't right on it. So let's go ahead and go back. Slide this over. Turn this clip off. On. Off. On. Okay. Let's see what we could take from this. I think I'm gonna just mark her. I mean, all the yellow looks fire. Let's see if we maybe can try. No, it's too small. That's too small. Let's see. Let's just do her real quick. Let's go ahead and add the markers in. Okay, got all of that. Hit the better. Perfect. And let's go ahead and track this. Looks like some maybe on the side. Why are we going into this frame, dude? What are we doing? Cut that shit. Guess that frame belongs to you anyway. Go back. I'm not sure if that was like towards the end or the beginning. No, we're good. Add our alpha output towards this. Here we go. Let's go ahead and check that. Tight. Okay, zoom way out. Shit is way too in there. All right, I'm gonna go like this for this. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this bit, cut it there. All right, I think that's here and here, and obviously here. But I can't tell if there's 4. I think it's just those. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and cut this right here. And then same thing we did with the hand switch ups, we're gonna go ahead and do that here too, where we track the mask, do this as like a new thing, make a new mask. And then we're just gonna invert this so that kind of switches between them throughout this section. So we don't have that much B-roll, but we're gonna use effects pretty much to, you know what I'm saying, make this video extremely dope. B-roll's cool sometimes, but I don't know, sometimes that should be just some slow motion, you know, it's like, this guy is a little bit difficult to work with the magic mask, but we're gonna go ahead and use it anyway. Do a quick little scan, hop into here, reset. Luckily we already have the out port for the alpha, so we're just going to do the same shit. Wait for it to go to better. Perfect. Add a couple more dots for these in the middle, because we need this for sure to sell, because she's gonna go black and white for this next one. I think it was this one. Well, no, black and white would be the next one, and this would be the other way, so I guess it doesn't really matter, but let's go ahead and take it anyways, track it. Should be taking forever. Let's see, reset. Drop in our dots. Okay, track that. Okay, alpha's already there, so let's go ahead and go back into here. And then from here, we're gonna go ahead and, like I said, alternate. We're gonna go ahead and check this mask. From here though, this one's going to be inverted. So let's go ahead and click this one here. This one's gonna be fine, then this one's gonna be inverted. And then now, when we watch that, you know, that shit cycles through. Ooh. Rapping. What's happening? Ooh. And then just add some like other flair to that shit. That shit go hard. Watch this one too. So we're gonna go ahead and take this real quick, cut it probably here. Well, I don't need to cut that one. I need to cut the background here. Leave this one. I'm gonna cut her out of this. So a magic mask. Look for like kind of her hands out of the way. But she's kind of bright, way brighter than the background, so she should be able to get cut out pretty quick, which is nice. And then that way I can, you know, get a good actual like mask from it, which is gonna make this effect even smoother. I got a really good idea. Let's see, and lots of this went into planning, like actually shooting the video. I kind of had to act a certain way so that way I can like actually like, you know, I had an idea for this already before I came into it. I mean, as you hope, you know what I'm saying? With music videos, you hope you have some sort of idea. But even for the running guns, I have some ideas, you know, most times. I need to change this dock. I keep grabbing my Windows 11 dock on the bottom, and this shit kills me. It kills me, literally kills me. There we go. I need to make this shit smaller. Bring this up, there we go. Nah, because then it's gonna mess up my window. All right, I'm gonna leave it there. Same way for this tutorial. I'll fix that later. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and track it. We tracked it, so she's good to go. And then also, let's go ahead and go back to these ones real quick. Because what do we have? No, I don't think so. Let's do something different too. I have an idea. Let's go ahead and take, what, another one of these. Oops, because I'm not in love with this shot. Fuck, did that just... No, we're good.
Bitch right now.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and make another track on this real quick, just to track this mask to this specific one. If it's even gonna work. Okay, let's just go ahead and refresh. Add some new markers. We're gonna go ahead and retrack it. It's crazy how spoiled we are with Magic Mask nowadays. I'm gonna say it a million times. Like I said, I never did like VFX, like not even, I wouldn't say this is even VFX, but I never did like music video effects or anything like that. Like really, as far as like my cutouts, I kept things kind of clean, cinematic, whatever. But then ever since I got access to this Magic Mask, it helps me a lot with like being able to like cut things, you know, and just kind of do things. And it opens up like a new realm of creativity, which is nice. So with that, we're going to change this one into, I keep opening up programs on my screen, my bad. Every time I go down to the bottom. So let's go ahead and do, so tracked, and then from here we're going to go ahead and change this to inverted. And then from here, when we go into edit, now I'm going to increase this. So if you go on the left side, you can either, you know, grab your video track and make it bigger and smaller, or another way to do that is if you go into the left up here, then you can change your track height. Whoops. Left up here, change track height, and then you can change all your track heights all at once. But I like to just come in here and then just grab whatever track I need, expand it, and then I'm going to do a slow, you know what I'm saying? Or actually, I wonder if I do it the opposite way. Let's see, let's check it that way. Because with the way it goes with the invert. Yep. There it is. All right, sick. So we have that like little push in right here. Sick. So we have this already done, but let's go back on these real quick and render in place. That way we don't get caught up with this. Select folder, let it do its thing, take our marker over a bit. So we now have until this part is actually done. Let's see. Tripping, what I'm about to do. Let's see. So what we need to do on the background. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually turn this off, go into the background, and then from here I'm gonna go ahead and change the hue. And then we're going to go into the beginning of this clip, do another keynote. So what? So this is just the hue. So we're gonna go ahead and do corrector number 1 on this. Move this around, what hue, there we go. Okay, move this back. And then from here though, I'm gonna go ahead and start with a crazy color. And then I'm gonna go ahead and go all the way to the end. Well, actually, wait, once it pushes in, I'm gonna go a certain way. What, so it goes down. No, let's just do, let me see. We're just gonna see what this looks like. Okay, that's why. That's why, okay, so it was 2 clips. All right, so now if we go something like this, and then we can even come into here for this one and add another node, desaturate, and then we have like something like this. And then we can even go something like what, video transitions. We can do a couple different things with this one. I wonder if we do like something like this, like a little crazy, you know what I'm saying, little shit on the end. Shit, that's why, because this isn't even where it needs to be. Take this, let's go ahead and do a block glitch on this part. There we go. There we go. Sick. All right. Render in place, and we can go ahead and drag this as well. We need, ooh, damn, is that gonna work? Did I fuck this up back here? Let me see. I put this as render in place as different things. Shit, and no I didn't, man. I just messed it up. Let's go back. Okay, we got to redo these real quick. Render in place. Change these from that to the GoPro Cineform, 16 bits at the render source resolution. Just go ahead and render in place. Don't forget to change this. If DaVinci does crash, this does change or whatever, so like it does happen, especially when working on Magic Mask and stuff like that, it can happen. It's not Premiere though, it doesn't crash every 2 seconds, you know what I'm saying? But 16-bit GoPro Cineform, we're gonna go ahead and export that. That way now we have the alphas, and now we can move this and get past that hump. Cause yeah, mess that up real quick. Uh-oh, here we go with the shit. Just trying to crash again. Nah, here we go. All right, let's grab that block glitch transition again. I like that shit. That actually was tight. That's just a fusion transition too. Ooh. Hitting that lyrics, you know? All right, let's go ahead and change this though. It looks a little too crazy. Frequency, block seed. I don't know what that is. Color random seed. Yeah, let's go ahead and change that. Resolution. All right, tight. And then we're gonna go ahead and do something too, where we there's brightness flash, because we want something to kind of like put this in the background too. You know, so it's like kind of gonna go ahead and bring them in, and as we like mask this version of her out too. My seatbelt fastened. All right, and then once we mask this one out, it'll be good. Do we already? Well, we got our mask, we got the saturation stuff. Let's go ahead and render in place. Whoops, render in place, just in case. You know, you never want to just get to the end and not have this shit kind of done. If y'all know another updated way to do this, please let me know, because I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, trying to refine my magic mask process a bit. Let's go ahead and grab. I think we're just going to go back and do, right, we already have that in here. Something like this. Is it the 1 or the 2? Yeah, it's the 2. Okay. Turn this off. Move this one. So this is just the easier way to do these shots, honestly. Rather than having a magic mask it, since it's being complicated. We could just do these desaturating windows, because I just want this door to be in frame. And then we can still make her black and white if we want to as a magic mask, but like at least, yeah, I think I'm gonna do that anyway too, because I do like that idea. But then it didn't really. All right, sorry, wait, we're just gonna rock with that. I like it. But no, we need this. All right, hold on, wait a minute. We do need something. So we're gonna try and magic mask this. We're gonna go ahead and see if we can get our artist out of here. It's just we have, damn, see? What is that, man? That streak coming through, you know? That shit getting smacked, messing up everything, man. Oh shit, never mind. Maybe that's just the magic mask coming through. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, probably just the magic mask coming through. I'm tripping. I'm over here thinking like that's like that thing coming through all bright. I'm like, damn, man, that lens flare is trying to magic mask everything. All right, sorry. So now we got that. Let's hop back into here. Can I turn down the saturation? Yeah. Invert. Go back. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's go ahead and grab this real quick. Same idea, render in place. Yeah, so yeah, we're just making our way through this. And for this one, I'm just gonna go ahead and actually do a qualification for where's the oranges again? I do like the oranges. And then from here though, we're gonna go ahead and create a desaturation node, but then mask this into here as the alpha. Turn off our thing. Wait, what are we doing here? Is it just not selecting? Yeah, no, it's not. No, because it's gonna create. I'm tripping. That's not it right there. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do. What am I trying to do? Let's see. Reverse that. There we go. Goodness. Had me all the way messed up. We're just gonna take the orange. We got a little bit of red in his ear. That's fine. We're going to do this, and then from here, I'm going to actually create a mask inside here. Ooh, this could actually be cool. Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's create a mask. Create something like this. No. Let's just do something like this. because then that's going to create a weird shape, and I don't want to deal with it right now. Let's do something like a little mask like this to go all the way around real quick. Ooh, sloppy. And you can zoom in too if you like, you're really particular. You can definitely zoom in and get like a very precise version of this. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and increase the softness just a bit. Nope. Why is she getting hit with the splash though? You know what I'm saying? That shit should be contained in a mask. Yeah, so some reason it's bleeding onto it. I'm trying to think right now. I'm not doing this right. I don't really do this selective color that often. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this. And then what? I swear it's not that difficult. I mean, we could come into here. We can do what, a curves adjustment. I swear I'm just not thinking it right? Because we just need, what if we do blues? Let's try blues. Check to see what that would look like. Okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like this guy idea. Let's go ahead and take what, center. Something like this. Okay, and then from here we'll go ahead and mess with our luminance a bit. Just make sure our highlights a bit. Okay, so that's where our actual like stuff is in the board. Add some denoise, add some blur radius. We're gonna go ahead and see what this looks like in the actual like application too. Make a lot more softening because we want this to be as soft as possible. Shift H, and then from here though we're going to go ahead and invert this and desaturate. Right, there we go. Okay, so there we go. Tripping. I'm like, I knew it wasn't that difficult, but I was like, I can't. It's like sometimes you gotta like talk out loud anyways to get that shit to work, you know? So turn that shit down, and from here though we can go into another node if we want to tone on our blues. We can always come into here and like turn those blues down if we want to. Something like this. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do a dynamic zoom from here and ease in and out. Swap it, and then from here I'm gonna go ahead and do a dynamic zoom. Whoops, went all the way to the beginning again. You can also hold like Control Alt. So if you hold Control and like move your mouse wheel, it scrolls left to right. Alt helps you move in and out. Super nice. All right, that shit is chugging lugging, man. Ooh, that's clean. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and actually just pull it back just a little bit more, just because I don't want it to come all the way back because there are some flaws in this effect. But from here, I'm gonna go ahead and actually come over a little bit this way. Yeah, no, this shit is okay. Tight, and then this one is similar to the other one, so we can actually try to go back into the color page. We're gonna go ahead and go back in here. If you don't see this in the bottom, then at that point you need to find your clips. You'll click that, and then from here though we can go ahead and actually just take some shit. So I'm going to take some shit. It's always about working harder, not smarter. All right, so I'm thinking about like here, doing like another dynamic zoom. Swap. What am I doing? Zooming in and out. All right, cool. And then the opposite, so we're gonna come in here. It looks like she pushes away. Ooh. All right, you can see, because it looks like she like pushes it away. You know what I'm saying? That's just tight. All right. Tight, and then from here though we can go ahead and do something similar. We're gonna go ahead and go back to our other door clip, if I can grab it. But that's just the There we go. There it is. There it is. And then we just have to like adjust these ones too, so that way we cannot cut out color from this area. Something like that. Something like that. Let's go ahead and do this. Tight. All right, so we need to, let's see, so we need to mask her out. So what's happening is she's hitting like the edge. So we're gonna go ahead and actually mask out a version of her that does have color. And then that way we can go ahead and actually like put that over those saturation bits. We're gonna have to like maybe animate the mask as well, just to get that to kind of come in, because it does actually like stick out a little bit on that side. Let's see. Better. Looks good, kind of. Check the braids. Looks like it's still picking up stuff in the back as well. Okay. Go ahead and track that. Okay, cool. That's actually pretty successful. So we're gonna go ahead and take this. Nope. What am I missing? Because what? This is the alpha, right? Am I tripping? Okay, no. Turn this off, turn this off. But you're still... Oh, because this version still has... Gotcha, duh. Because it has those windows on her too. So now if you come into here... So now we have that shit to where it's like, you know, but then we still need to worry about those masks in the background. So let's go into color page. We're gonna have to slightly animate this, I think. Shift H. Why can I not see what I'm working with? There we go, turn that off. And then we're going to go ahead and do, what, if we come into here, I wonder if that would work. Tracker window. We're going to mess with our things real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and pop that here. Come back into this window, and then from here though, you can actually track forward and backwards your mask. So I'm gonna track that. Nice, it worked pretty good. I think. Nice, yeah, really good. Tight, come back to, what, I guess this part. And then from here, I'm gonna go ahead and grab this mask, bring it in. Just a bit, somewhere around there, and do the same, track it. Nice, and yeah, it's pushing off that way, so that way we don't have to worry about it. Turn this back on. Ooh, and get rid of all that. All right, tight. Backing. Sick. And then for this one, I definitely want to do some sort of... Sick. And then for this one, let's see. Let's go ahead and take both of them as magic masks. And then actually, before we even do this, let's go back real quick. Let's render and place our stuff real quick. This one we didn't do anything. This one we didn't either, but then render in place. Nice. We're gonna move our marker. The 44-second mark. Tight. And then this one, I'm actually gonna do the same thing with the other one. Do something like that one. There we go. We can also do dynamic zoom like this, where we do like linear. Let's go ahead and pick the boxes, and then we can drag both these boxes to be kind of the same size. And then we can drag like a starter point, something like this, to just like a little bit to the side. So then from here, yeah, no, so it slides aside. Fire.
No, we the one with the motion.
All right, so now I gotta cut her out and him out. Let's see, let's go ahead and go back into here. Let's do the magic mask on her and him. I'm gonna wait for this to come up just so I can see this thing as it kind of progresses. That way I know, and I don't have to wait for the computer to kind of like comply, you know? Pick both of them up with a bunch of dots. And I'm not sure, I think she was color last one, so this one I'm probably gonna do black and white. Let's do an alpha output. Drag this shit this way and track it. Track it. That's like the message of the, you know, the day. Track it. Tight, turn this off.
I know the same ones laughing. Gonna be the same ones clapping. I know the same ones laughing. Gonna be the same ones.
Let's go ahead and do that real quick too. Just to keep this a little bit different, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. And I'm going to change, let's see, the qualification to the orange. Oops. We don't want magic mask, we want the qualifier, and we're gonna come back into here and we're going to select orange instead now. Pick up all this shit, and yeah, I guess we get those same issues with the fucking hand clapping. But then what? I wonder if we just do, well, because it didn't work, right? That shit didn't work. But this one does. Why doesn't the other one work? All right, we're gonna try this real quick. Make a little masky mask. Pop this shit on here. Something like this. We're gonna go ahead and go into our tracker and track it. And we need to go into our qualifier. And how do we do? So what if I do another node, transfer this shit into here, invert it, and then desaturate? No. Hell no. What? Invert this? Okay, no. Just no. Why is this not? Let's see, width. Why is this fighting me so much? Alright, let's go back until we get our mask back. Let's see. Okay, let's see. What are we doing? Let's do, because I mean that's orange, but then we just need this shit to just track, you know? We just want it to be in this window and just oranges, right? I mean, this shit should work, right? Makes no sense, dude. Okay, and then we just need to qualify in here. So grab our oranges. Okay, we're good. Width, denoise, a little bit of blur. Come into here and track it. Okay, and Shift H. But then why? Why? Turn that off. I don't know why I'm drawing such a blank on this. Let's see, invert. It's like it's not going. Oh, because I guess the box or whatever is still on there. All right, we're just going to do, I guess, this one. Wanted to do like an orange effect, but I can't figure out what in the world.
Gonna be the same ones clapping. Gonna be the same ones clapping. No, we the one with the motion. Laughing. Gonna be the same ones clapping. No, we the one with.
For this one, let's see, watch. We're gonna go into this. And we're gonna do a little effect. Edgy, nah. Elastic rubber. That shit looks a little too cheesy. Yeah, a little too cheesy. Let's see. We're just messing with this. We're just trying to look for like cool little things. We have like lots of transitions that we can actually do from lots of different things. Let's see. Let's go ahead and go into here. Have some motion VFX. We can mess with some of these too. This is gonna be like kind of like our extra butter when we add in like our other transitions. But let's just mess with, I guess, just some fusion. Let's just keep it in like what's in DaVinci Resolve real quick, and then we can kind of mess with some other stuff, you know, later on. Let's see. What video transitions? Where is like, I'm tripping. Just, I guess, fusion transitions. I really love that one. That one's too crazy. Let's go ahead and do this one. I love this drop warp. This shit's tight. But then we need a... Nah, it won't work because I can't. I'm not having anything masked out here. Tight. Let's go ahead and take this. Come over here, and we're gonna go ahead and do something similar to where we grab. Oh, well, I guess we gotta create the magic mask for this one too. Let's see, where were we? Let's go back to this one first. There we go. This is what I need to do. Let's grab one of these. Cool, there we go. Go ahead and do the same thing. Pull it back over here. I want to go ahead and do a track. Do the same thing for this side. Pull it just a little bit. Push it. Track. There we go.
Gonna be the same ones clapping. No, we the one with the motion. I got a magical potion. One with the motion.
And then for this one, let's see.
I know the same ones left.
I'm gonna like render in place. Catch that real quick. I'm not running over it. Render in place. There we go. GoPro Cineform. Select folder. All right. There we go. Take our marker a bit more, almost at a minute mark, and then we don't have, well, I guess we still got like a whole minute to go. Well, we don't have to hit like, some of this later stuff should be a little bit easier, hopefully. Okay, cool, and then let's go ahead and take this real quick. Let's do just something, I wonder if we can do just the Z and the, nah, it's probably too, I mean, I guess we could like qualify it color-wise, but then I don't know how that would work. Let's see, let's go ahead and just take, let's take her again. Oops, not the qualifier, we need the magic mask. Always check your tool, especially when you bounce around a lot, you know? I guess I like to put a lot of dots. I don't know. I don't know if there's a right way or a wrong way to do it, but I like to show like for sure, like, hey, like this is where. But I feel like sometimes like the more dots you put, sometimes like the worse it is. Like it's like you told it too much information and all of a sudden it's like, nah, man, I ain't helping you. It's like, damn, man. We just trying to edit a music video together. That's it. That's it, man. Hop back, and then from here, turn this one off.
I got a magical ones clapping. No, we the one with the motion. I got a magical potion.
Yeah, that looked terrible. Did I not pick better? No, I did pick better. Let's invert that. That shit looks terrible. Come into here. What? Invert.
I got a magical potion. Yeah.
There we go. A little less noticeable that way.
With the motion. I got a magical potion. Yeah, I keep on living.
Tight. Let's also render in place this. Perfect. Drag our marker up just a bit more.
Gonna be the same ones clapping. No, we the one with the motion. I got a magical potion. Yeah, I keep on living. You know they gonna hate when you win it. They saying gon' let her cook.
I'm just watching real quick to see how much I have left.
Sleeping good at night.
For this one, all right. So we got like up until here for her verse is done, and then we have his verse. Okay.
Laughing. Gonna be the same ones clapping. No, we the one with the motion. I got a magical potion. Yeah, I keep on living.
Take this real quick. And make our magic mask again, add alpha output, drag this over, and we're going to make this real quick. There we go. Masks, man, masks. Cool. Okay, add alpha output. We already got it.
I got a potion. Yeah, I keep on living.
From here, I'm gonna go ahead and actually turn this one back on, but I like the hue shift. No, this one. Hue shift. And then let's do something like where it's like, it's set up. There we go, get that in there. Tight, and then we're going to go here and increase it up more. Tight. And now,
Yeah, I keep on living. You know that.
and I still want to go through for her. Oops, I hit fusion. I want to go ahead and just make her black and white as well. I think it feels better in that situation.
Magical.
Oh, but she's black and white here though, right?
I got magical potion. Yeah, I keep on living.
Oh, well, it's not too bad.
Yeah, I keep on living. You know they gon'
Tight, and let's go ahead and grab that stop sign again real quick. If there's one with it all the way in. Nice, almost. Cool. Grab just the stop sign. We're gonna go ahead and wait for this to come through. Click better. There we go, add alpha output. Perfect. Let's see, let's invert it and turn the saturation down.
You know they gon' hate when you winning. They saying gon' let her cook. Potion. Yeah, I keep on living.
All right, cool, render in place. Let's go ahead and do that. Perfect, and then also for this one, render in place.
You know they gon' hate.
All right, I want to spice this shot up real quick too. I was laughing. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. And then we're gonna cut this. I don't think we have to though, but then we're gonna go ahead and turn this on. Cut the black and white, and I'm gonna turn this to color, and I'm also gonna turn this one into black and white. And then that way we can do a little bit of a swap again too with this. Let's do the, let's see. Wonder what we could do. The brightness flash maybe for this.
I know the same ones left.
Yep, I like that. Let's do something a little smaller for this one though. Drag and drop it.
I know the same ones laughing.
Yep.
I know the same ones left.
Then from here, let's go ahead and take this, make a new compound clip.
I know this.
We want to do a zoom in. Out, in.
I know the. I know the same.
Um,
I know the same.
and then here we want to reverse that, swap.
Ones laughing.
There we go.
I know the same ones laughing. Long as they ones clapping. No, we the one with the motion. I got a magical potion. Yeah, I keep living. You know they gon' hate when you winning. They saying gon' let her cook. You know they
Tight.
gon' hate when you winning. They saying gon'.
Take this, we're gonna go ahead and do the same thing we did towards the other doors, just, you know, a little bit easier to do. It's just about finding the right one though. There we go. Come into here real quick where it's like a lot of the wall revealed. Let's go ahead and take this, bring it back here-ish. Go ahead and track it. It's a little sloppy. Take this. Go ahead and do something like this. There we go. Nice. All right, so that's good to go, and we don't really need to do much else with
They
it.
saying gon' let her cook. Bitch, check my you winning. They saying gon' let her cook. Bitch, check my teeth been grilling. Sleeping. Bitch, check my teeth been grilling.
And I wonder if we could do like, let's do something where we take this, and then let's do a split down the middle, right? So let's go ahead and come into here. We're gonna crop, actually before we do this, just so you guys can kind of see what we're doing, we're gonna go ahead and mask her out real quick. Same idea, magic mask, cut her out. Cut her out, cut her out. There we go. Just waiting and waiting and waiting. There we go. Better. Mask. There we go. Track it. Nice. Just gonna put her out. Take that here. And then I want to take this, and I'm going to take this one and crop it left. Something like this, where it's like half black and white, half not. But then what I want to do is I want to do a version. So I have to cut him out too. Let's see if I go swap that. There we go. Kind of. Let's see. So we have to like figure out a creative way. What if we could do something like that? Nah. Yeah, have to cut him out. Alright, sorry. Let me see what else I did for these I'm just trying to make a billion. Just assigning, you know what I'm saying? Bitch, check my teeth, been grilling. Sleeping good at night. When I got silk. Tight, take this. Go ahead and pop on that grade from before. I like this one for these shots, honestly. My teeth been grilling. Sleeping good at night. When I got silk linen. When I got Alright, when I got up to this part, I'm gonna go ahead and do a dynamic zoom. I always just leave this here so that way when you need to, you can like do it. So like before cutting a clip, I guess, if that makes sense, you're going to want to wait. So watch. So see how I just created that? And then now if you cut it, then from here though, if you swap it, it'll give you like, you know, the same zoom that you did with the other one. You know? When I got silk linens, mom's taught me I got silk linens. Mom's taught me how to hustle. I'm just trying to make a billion. Yup. When I got silk linens, mom's taught me how to hustle. Mom's taught. Let's go ahead and take this. I'm gonna cut that here in the background because I'm gonna do like maybe like another one of those brick transition things. Let's go ahead and magic mask our artist again. Oops, I might actually just click on the side of the building, which would be unfortunate. Yeah, dude. If only you could speed up the mask. But it's funny though, now we're so spoiled by just AI, man. We're so spoiled this shit goes this fast now. Like, it's unbelievable how fast you can knock this shit out, as opposed to having to like manually cut all this out. How far we've come. Do something like this, and we get our version. I want to make her black and white for this. And then from here, though, we're gonna have to check the background. Tight. So I'm gonna have to go into here, turn both of these. Let's see. We have to copy this one. Go ahead and get these in line. Turn this off. Go back into our mask window, and we're going to drag these. There we go. Coming over here. Drag this over here. We need to track these masks though. Didn't even check to see where this shit was. Luckily the clip's not long. There we go. Drag it. Pop her back on. Did that just... Damn, dude. What is that? Is that just the... No, because the sun glare is already there. What is that? Is that the background doing that shit? Yeah. Of course it is, of course, right? Track it. Okay, you did not do a good job, man. We're not doing good things right now, window. What are we doing? Track. All right, let's check this out. Mom's taught me how to hustle. There we go.
Mom's taught me how to hustle. I'm just trying to make $1 billion.
Tight. Come through. We got a lot of rendering in place to do, right?
Let's check my
Take this.
Let's check my teeth. Been grilling. Sleeping good at night.
Tight.
When I got silk linens.
All right.
Mom's taught me how to hustle.
But now we still got to.
Yeah, I keep on living. You know they gon' hate when you win. I got silk linens. Mom's taught me how to.
Take all of these, I think. And I messed it up. Take all of those, render in place. Change this back to QuickTime. My bad, the computer did crash on me a couple of times during this Magic Mask process because it is kind of intense on the computer. That's why I try to render these in place, but it's still not foolproof. I gotta figure out my super good workflow with this. But for as of now, this is kind of how I work with it. Okay, rendered in place. Why is...
Gonna be the same ones clapping. No, we the one with the motion. I got a magical potion. Yeah, I keep on living. You know,
Put all these up too.
Let's check my teeth. Been grilling. Sleeping good night.
Okay.
When I got silk linens, mom's taught me how to hustle. Mom's taught me how to hustle. I'm just trying to make.
Okay, turn this one off. We're gonna go ahead and copy this. Or not copy, but you know, mask it. Nice. Change it to better. Change it to better. All the way down at the bottom. This should just take forever. Alpha. Switch that over. Nice. And then I want to. What's going on? Oh, didn't track it. Duh. Track your masks always, right? That was pretty smooth. Did I add my alpha? No. Damn, didn't do anything. Add alpha output. Just like tracked it and left.
I'm just trying to make $1 billion. You might have had good me out of hustle. I'm just trying.
We're gonna go ahead and do something like this too, where we take the background. I'm going to do something like this. Render in place real quick before I do anything. Select folder. Go up. Then from here, I want to go ahead and do a little transition with that block transition. I like the way this looked. I'm gonna go ahead and actually go back and grab. Yeah, this one, because I already created the way this actually changes, and that way it kind of keeps it consistent. So if you hover above a transition, you can hold Alt, and then click it and drag it over to where you want to. So I'm dragging my mouse over here now to this section, so that way I can pop it over here.
I'm just trying to make $1 billion.
And then I'm going to see if I can do like a long, you know? But let's see if we could like actually change this over this way.
I'm just trying to make $1 billion. You might have had good intentions. The world will turn you to a villain.
Nice. All right, so that's kind of there already. And so we're at the 106 mark. We're about halfway. I mean, what we got to get to like the 2-minute mark roughly, and a couple other shots here. So not too bad. Not too bad.
You might have had good intentions. The world will turn you to a villain.
Now I wish I could use more of those shots, since those are easy to kind of get through. You know, shit is just time consuming. You know. Nice. Mark it. Port it to better. And I'm going to, yep, add alpha output, get this in. I think last time we did the stop sign, so we're gonna go ahead and do her this time. Color page. What? Did I just not connect it right there? Edit. And still, then what? I didn't track it. There we go. Oh, I just tracked this mask. Like, what in the world, dude? Am I tripping?
You're throwing shot after shot, but
take her, render in place. Nice. Okay.
but I keep on living.
And then I'm just going through and trying to get all these masks done. Which in all reality, I'm about to just go, all right, I have another idea, right? So we're gonna go ahead and do this. We're gonna click this. And we kind of have our mask marker already as far as like how far we are. So like I got an idea, right? Like rather than hopping back and forth, even though it's quick, it is kind of crazy how quick this is. I'm gonna actually do this a little bit differently. Once this is done, we can add our alpha output. Didn't track it this time, actually realized that, so now I kind of see what was going on. Drag it. That was the alpha. We're gonna go ahead and send it. Just to make sure before we do this that, yeah, cool, it's right on our marker right there. And so now what I'm gonna go ahead and do is just click on through these clips, and I'm going to literally just create my masks real quick with all these clips on top on the timeline. So maybe this might be quicker, and then that way I can kind of just decide what I want to do as I go through it at that point. But yeah, this is, yeah, just a way to make it quicker, hopefully, but we'll see. Add alpha output. Okay. Go to the next shot. We're going to go ahead and grab the billboard again. Nice. Change that to better. There we go. And track backwards and forwards again. So you see, like, this is the pattern right now for this is just, like I said, just masking, getting everything together. Yeah, so just not on it. There we go. Let's see. Check and mask her. It's like trying to grab everything with the haze, man. Let's see. Better. And then we're gonna go ahead and track again on this mask. Go to the next one after adding our alpha output. Next one is this one. From here, we're gonna go ahead and mask her again since she's up front. But he is coming in, so maybe I could do some kind of effect with that. Maybe mask them both. He is kind of hit, but then there's like lots of shadow over there too, so I'm a little bit worried. But we can mess with it. See, add alpha output. Pop it over here. We're gonna go ahead and see if we can grab him. Pop these markers really close to the edge, just so that way hopefully it picks him up better and can like differentiate like what the back is. Drag it again. Toggle it. Nice, nice. Oop, and she came out. It's difficult when you work with two people for whatever reason. It's like it can't figure it out, which is annoying. So maybe we're only going to do one person in this situation if this can't figure it out. And she keep popping out, but we can just keep going to the last frame of whenever it slaps out and just retract from there and hopefully just slowly inch this thing to the finish line. There we go. Okay, so add alpha output already there. Let's go ahead and check back here. We're at like 1 minute and 17 seconds here. Let's go ahead and just finish these off. Turn this off, 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 off. What is happening? Where is my masks? Turn that off. Masks aren't showing through here currently. What in the world? Even though it should be. All right, so yeah, something's going on. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Let's go ahead and better. And we're just going to retrack it, I guess. I'm not sure what happened. It could have been just a cache on my computer, maybe. This magic mask stuff can be finicky.
But I keep on living. Keep on living.
But now we have kind of an idea. But all right, let's see.
But I keep on living. But I keep on living.
Let's see. Let's change this. Gonna take one of the black and whites and we're going to do a little flash transition.
But I keep on living. But I keep.
I want to do like a punch in for it too, you know. Let's see. Well, let's see. Dynamic zoom. Ease in and out. Whoa, because that's our mask. Let's see. Let's do that. Tract. Okay. Render in place. Render. Okay, so take that. Go ahead and bring it up into a new compound clip. And from here, I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up and do a little zoom in. Oh no, because the background, what? Why did it not compound clip this? Compound clip. There we go. I think. There we go. So from here, we can go ahead and do our dynamic zoom. Whoops, clicking everywhere but the right spot. Ease in and out. My bad, y'all. This has been a long little editing session, so my hand is getting tired apparently, man. I'm struggling to click. All right, let's see. What I keep on, and then from here, I'm gonna go ahead and do that zoom in, so ease in and out. And then when it goes in, I want to kind of do that pull out, so I'm gonna go ahead and click this and then reverse it. Okay. And yeah, I'm not sure what happened with these masks. It could have been just my storage, honestly, on the computer. Let's get that back in. 92, 98, yeah, it could be. Let's go ahead and track it. And yeah, we're just gonna go one by one still, just to make sure that everything's actually like quality controlled and actually, you know, going through successfully. Let's go ahead and do something like this, where we drop the color in the background.
Keep on living, but I keep on living, but I keep on, keep on living, but I keep on living, but I keep on living.
So refresh this. Same idea. We're gonna go ahead and grab her again. Nice and better, and we're going to track again. Okay, add alpha output. Already there, so we should be good to go.
But I keep on living, but I keep on living, but I keep on living, then I keep on living, but I keep on living.
Let's go ahead and
but I keep on living, but I keep on living, then I keep on.
Let's do something to where, like for this too, I have an idea where I want to. What color were they? They were, yeah, okay, they were in color. That's one. So I want to make a shot where like not a shot, a consecutive sequence of events where all of her is going to be in color, where everything else is in black and white, while we're going through the actual hook before he comes on. That way, when he comes back on, there's more color. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like makes it cool. What? Add alpha output. What just happened? That should seem way too fast, and it looks like it's not accurate. Okay, refresh. Like what you want me to do though? You know what I'm saying? I'll come back here. I'll select her again. There we go. Switch it to better. So I might actually even a second to like export this and bring it back in. Like that's what sometimes I have to do is like export a video to a certain point and then like bring it back in. But I'm trying not to do that for the sake of the tutorial. I mean, I guess I can always drop to like 720p too, but no, I think that fucks with the masks too. Never mind. Never mind, dude. I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
But I keep on living, then I keep on living. but I keep on living. But I keep on living. Man, I keep on, but I keep on, but I keep on living. Yeah, keep it moving.
That shot's gonna be hard. I think I just target the yellows in these two.
But I keep on living. But I keep on living. Man, I keep.
Tight, and then from here I'm gonna go ahead and just grab her as well. Because like I said, I want to keep everything in color except for the environment until he comes in, and then, you know, introduce some kind of color. Also keep everything black and white, but I don't know. Okay. Track that back and forth. Add our alpha output and drag it. Okay, looks good. Come back into here.
Man, I keep on, but I keep on, but I keep on living.
Alright, let's do that real quick. So let's do, maybe I wonder what we could do here as far as the color drain. Let's see, let's go ahead and just select our yellows. Shift H to see what we're selecting. We don't want the oranges, so let's pull that back. Just those. Let's turn up the blur radius a little bit and the denoise just a bit. From here, then we're gonna go ahead and invert and desaturate. See what we're doing. Shift H, there we go.
Keep on living. Yeah, keep it moving. I gotta earn.
Yep. All right, tight. That looks better in black and white too.
Fuck it up, probably never learn. Keep on living. Yeah, keep it moving. I gotta.
Nice. That looks sick. That looks sick.
Keep on, but I keep on, but I keep on living. Yeah, keep it moving. I gotta earn. Fuck it up, probably never learn. Got the bread, let the.
Sick. All right, tight. We're kind of moving. All right, let's check our magic mask, see if we have to render everything in place. I think pretty much everything here. Render in place. Let's go ahead and send that out. DaVinci Resolve, saying like, come on, dude. Is this even putting it in the right folder? Let's see, Saint Lex. Nah, this shit probably trying to put it on my PC, which is why shit's like my local drive, you know? Be sure to check that out too, because that shit can like bog down your local drive with like cache clips and shit really, really quick. So check that. I put it to my other SSD. Bruh. Okay, never mind. I was like, wait, what the fuck? I thought I just exported that shit. Alright.
But I keep on living.
Wait, does he come?
But I keep on living. But I keep on living.
Kind of works though. I like that.
Man, I keep on, but I keep on, but I keep on living. Yeah, keep it moving. I gotta earn. Fuck it up, probably never learn. Got the bread, let the butter churn.
Tight. All right, so honestly, that gets us kind of far. O. No. O is our output. We're gonna go ahead and actually drag the marker over here.
Keep on living. Yeah, keep
Oop, actually a little further. It's like the 126 mark, 27, 26 mark. Tight, we'll go ahead and mask out them again. I like the idea, like that one shot. I really like, let's see if we can do this again. Let's see if we can just do just the blues here. Okay, just the blues. Ooh, there we go. I mean, it kind of works better. If I don't want to pick up any of her, you're gonna have to though, and see if we can cut it somewhere else with one of these other sliders. Just trying to get the top in. Let's do something like this real quick. We're gonna go ahead and blur and add some denoise. Just to see what we can do. From here, we're gonna go ahead and invert and desaturate.
Skip the line
okay, it said, nope, we're not gonna let you watch that clip.
Got the bread, let the butter churn. Skip the line while they weave, they turn.
Tight.
Bread, let the butter churn.
Tight, and then we can even do something to where we have a part of this in, because then from here though, it's easier to take what he's rapping right now. So let's go ahead and actually do it with him. So that way we keep the attention on him. What are we doing? Why we got this non-picker right now? What's happening? Sometimes when things give you issues, I kind of hop back and forth between pages. Qualifier off. I think it's like a effects tool or what? What is this? Not sure, why is it not? Yeah, Magic Mask is like, nah, man, we good. We good over here, man. What, refresh? See if we can change this to Open Effects overlay. Okay, maybe there we go. Maybe. No. Let's see, what are we doing? How can we?
When I gotta earn, fuck it up, probably never learn. Got the bread, let the butter churn. The butter churn, skip the line.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm actually gonna close this, open it back up. All right, hop back into Magic Mask. I did just close it and open it back up in order to see, but it's still not working. Why can I not? Yeah, I just can't. I don't have Magic Mask anymore. What the fuck? Legacy? Nope. Oh shit, is that why? Bruh. Make sure you have a node. Make sure you have a node. All right, my bad. So we're gonna go ahead and actually take this clip. We're gonna go ahead and actually mask him out here. Let's go ahead and add our Magic Mask to it. And this is just cutting him out so that way he's over the subject, over like that black and white bit too. We're gonna go ahead and add alpha output. Move this on over here. Check him out. Make sure he's good to go. Yep. Track it back and forth. Yep, tight. All right, so now we can go ahead and go back into here. And then now we have him cut out and that blue background. This one, of course, we know what we're going to do. We're going to take our blue selection from this clip here, somewhere. There we go. Especially now because he's in the blue jersey, so it kind of sticks out a little bit more. Let's do a nice little zoom in. We're gonna go ahead and do ease in and out, and into here, into our dynamic zoom. And we're going from red to green, but we want to switch this up. Let's see, let's do what, swap. So from green to red, so that way we're kind of pushing in. Green just start, red's like where it ends. Yep. Tight. Let's go ahead and take a cutout of him. See if we do better, mask it. You know the deal by now. I'm assuming you're a Magic Mask Pro at this point. All this shit we got to do. But like I said, way easier than what it used to be. Turn this off. Okay, that looks terrible. Let's see, let's try to get this out of here. These extra artifacts. Okay. Okay, and retrack. Or just track in general. Should have stayed up there so I could see. I think it's still there, so we can go by frame, and just take these out. You can barely see the red up there, but it's gonna matter. Okay. Track it. Go back into our edit page. And then we're going to take this digital and pop it onto the black and white version. So now we're going back looking for our transition from back then. Like I said, Alt and grab it. You can just drag it and drop it. And then I want to do a compound clip. So we're gonna go ahead and take these, new compound clip. Right click, new compound clip. Take it. Oh, nope, did not work. What is that, just because we didn't do the render in place? Is that what it is? Oops, almost fucked that up too. GoPro Cineform, 16-bit render source resolution. There we go. Just every time you open and close this program, always just check that, make sure it's good. If you're doing this workflow. Tight. Let's try to do this again. Let's compound clip. Okay. There we go. And we're gonna go ahead and start in this time and then push back in. Push in, then push back out, then back in. That's out to in. And then I'm gonna go ahead and cut. Swap. No, never mind, it's not even it. So we have to swap this back. Swap this back. Alright, that works better. Take your girl, let her get a turn. And I'm so sick, I'm such a germ. On the mic like Howard Stern. Take your girl, let her get a turn. If you take your girl, let her get a turn. If you smoke, take your girl, let her get a turn. If you smoking dank, better let it burn. When I'm ever nice, let me get it straight. We too. Take your girl, let her get a turn. If you smoking dank, better let it burn. When I'm ever nice, let me get it straight. We tight. Take your girl, let her get a turn. Go ahead and mask him out. Change it to better. Go ahead and do it again. There we go. Add alpha output. Whoops. Add alpha output, not source. Not another source. Let's go ahead and reverse this or invert it. I think I want everything else to be black and white. Girl, let her get it. Nah, I think he. Take your girl. But then we need to do something in here to where like all the greens are dead too or something. Let's do another node. Let's go ahead and come into here and do a hue versus saturation. And take this green all the way down. Greens and yellows all the way down. We're trying to take all this shit out. Yeah, something like that. Just leave the blues in there. That's all I really want anyways out of this. But then at that point, I might actually go back into color and change this guy into color. Nope. Never mind. No, I fucked up. I fucked up. My bad. Go back. Go back. Use black and white. We're staying. Take your girl, let her get a turn. If you smoking dank, better let it burn. If you smoking dank, better let it burn. When I'm ever nice, let me get it straight. Girl, let her get a turn. If you let's see. Let's go ahead and do this. We're gonna go ahead and actually try something here. I have an idea. I'm gonna go ahead and click this. There we go. I like that shit. Ooh, I like that shit a lot. All right. Let's see. Skip the line while they wait their turn. I'm so sick, I'm such a germ. On the mic like Howard Stern. Take your girl, let her get a turn. If you smoking dank, better let it burn. When I'm ever nice, let me get it straight. We two different day has. Take your girl, let her get a turn. If you smoking dank, better let it burn. When I'm ever nice, let me. Tight, and then from here I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can just do just the wall in color. But then I have to do both of them actually masked out too. Let's see, let's just grab him because I know it is difficult just grabbing two people moving through this environment. It's kind of crazy for the system to handle. So let's just do one person. Check this real quick. Add our alpha. Okay. Burn. When I'm ever nice, let me get it straight. We two different day has. Ever nice, let me. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. We're gonna go ahead and right about here. What do I want to do? I want to change this background into color. So I'm going to actually do this, change it from black and white. Let's link or unlink this too. Move just this up here. Turn this one back on, and then we want to go ahead and do a render in place for the magic mask. Oh my gosh, dude. It's like all of a sudden my mouse is moving too crazy. There we go. Probably just up my DPI, honestly. That's probably why my stuff is so sloppy. All right, let's go ahead and do this real quick. Take this, and we're going to cut it. There we go. Go back into the color page, and then from here though we're going to, well, now we're gonna have to redo this mask because it's a new version that's cut. Let's see. Better, drag it. Alpha's already there. That plant in the background's cutting into, but now it doesn't really matter as much, I don't think. But let's see if we can turn down the saturation.
Let me get it straight. We two different day has
Tight, and then from there though, I want to go ahead and take all of this, put this into a compound clip. Or actually, before this is even done, I need to grab that digital transition. I'm looking for it. There it is. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab that real quick, and I want that on these two.
Let me get it straight.
There we go.
Let me get it straight. We two different. Burn. What I'm every days, let me get it.
There we go. So now we got this swapping color thing going on. But then I want to add some more shit to it. Oop. Okay, we need to render in place our masks real quick. That's why it's so important if you want to just do super tedious. But like I said, man, nothing beats it like the old day, man. It used to be crazy. New compound clip. From here though, we can go ahead and zoom in a bit. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Actually, let's see, my own rule, right? Come in here, we're gonna go ahead and do in and out. It's zooming out, we want to zoom in. And then we want to, from here, and actually I wanna make it more emphasized. So we're going to punch way in, and then take this now, clip it, then click this, and then just, you know, since it exists in this already, from here we just hit swap, and that way it kind of gets you consistent ins and outs without having to worry about it. There we go. All right, tight. Go ahead and take this, and we're gonna go ahead and copy our grade. And then for this one, I just want a nice slow reveal backwards. Yeah. There we go. Sick. All right, so we have like a minute and like 30 seconds or some shit. Minute and 40 seconds, right? So our last little stretch of the video at this point.
Skip the line while they wait their turn. I'm so sick, I'm such a germ. On the mic like Howard Stern. Take your girl, let her get a turn. If you smoking dank, better let it burn. When I'm every day, let me get it straight. We two different day, hesitate, procrastinate. I can't be late.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take this. I think, let's see, no magic mask. These ones are already done, so let's go ahead and take our marker up. So that way we know where we're at. We're at the 1 minute and 40 mark. Let's go ahead and keep on going. Almost done. Let's see, drop this here. Okay, there we go. Better. Alpha output. Export it, and there we go.
I can't be late, say procrastinate. I can't be late.
I want to do something where it's like.
Procrastinate. I can't be late. Did you graduate? Now I feel like I roll them all. Say procrastinate. I can't procrastinate.
So I want to do some kind of zoom in effect with this one too.
I can't be late.
So yeah, we're just going to take this, render it in place, select. Okay, and then from here, we'll go ahead and make a compound clip with this one. Same idea, I just want to do my little zoom in. Or actually, I kind of want to do, let's see what we zoomed out. Because it's like a chill section, kind of, you know? See, that kind of works, right? And then from here, I want to go. All right, I got the idea. For this one, I want to go like zoom in super crazy fast, but I want to do, let's see, the same effect I did for the other blue fence part. I think it's this. Go back. Nah, it's not that. What in the world? Oh, because I probably crushed it, huh? Or compounded it. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's find that shot. Find it. There we go. Here it is. Okay, so no, it exists. It exists, right? Because this is the color grade? No. This is the color grade? Okay, I think this is it then. So let's go back into here. Let's copy this then. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that is it. And then we just want to, redo the magic mask? Something like this. And we have to actually track him. And if we track him with a magic mask too, we can do something cool. I'll show you too. Since we have a nice like stretch of this too, this should be pretty cool. No, we're not gonna track. They said no, we're not tracking. Oh, because it's not even on. Duh. Drag it. Drag it. Okay.
Can't be late, they hella wop. Did you graduate? Now I feel like I be late, they hella wop. Did you graduate? Now I feel like I roll them up. Did you graduate? Now I feel like did you graduate? Now I feel like I hella wop.
And then I'm going to take this and do a. Here, hold on. Let's see. Let me do. Because I want to do that effect, like I said. Let's go ahead and take this, mark him. Perfect, and then I'm going to track this. Add our alpha output. Get that there. Okay, well, since we have him as a cutout now, we're gonna go ahead and do a render in place, my bad. All these different things you gotta jump between. But render in place, get him in here, and then from there though, we can go ahead and actually create another version. Take this bottom version, cut it in half, and then I want to do a little like slide. Okay, slide. Which one is it? I think it's like a slide. Slide right. I think it's slide right. Or you can do like slide left, you know, whatever you really want to do. That's like where you get your typical, you know, like little cutouts. Let's hop out here. Let's pop our eye back in. Zoom back in, but then this is where we. And actually, let's see if we can do a little less of this effect. Did you graduate? And then we can try to get it to where it like, hits right there. Type. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off actually too. Come into here, and with both of these, I'm gonna go ahead and desaturate it. Turn it back on, and then that way the background. There we go. But it's going a little too quick. Let's just give it a little bit of room to breathe. Okay, and then for this one, I want to go ahead and copy what I did with the other one, similar, just to keep the flow of this. There we go. And then I also want to create another magic mask and erase this, or actually no, we'll keep, no, we don't need that. We're going to take a magic mask and put that on him. There we go. And check it, track it. Okay, add alpha output. There we go.
Graduate. Now I feel like I roll them off. Who the fuck passed you the bar? My future brain.
Yeah, so like word's a little bit off right now just because it's just lagging. Go back into this one, copy this again because I love this blue fence, man. Love it, love it, love it. Take this, refresh the mask. Come back into here, let's do it again. Okay. Drag it. And this time we can let him be black and white. Or whatever he actually is in this situation. Nope, never mind. I don't think I want, well no, because if it's black and white, it's black and white against a black and white fence, you know? I mean, if anyone's gonna be black and white, it'd be that version of him. Tight, let's go ahead and take these real quick and render in place. There we go, select. Let's see here. Come into here, we want to cut out the homeboy. Chop him out. There we go. My bad too. When I'm always looking down, I'm looking down at my like bottom of my monitor too. I need to get like my computer up here so that way I'm like looking up rather than looking down, you know? We're gonna go ahead and change it to better. Add our alpha output. There we go, and not tracked yet. So track it. Sick, man, this video is so tight. Turn this one off. We want to do something similar to where we do, I like that, just that, what's it called? Switch from color to black and white. So let's take this up. Let's go back and grab another one of our things. Where's it at? There we go. Grab this, drag it over here. So I keep moving like Ooh, we made it. All right, so we made it to the hook now. We knocked out his verse, so we can render in place now for these. That's what I really wanted to do, is just those ones here. The rest I can probably do just like a specific color. So I'm going to go ahead and come back into here, and we're going to copy our grade. Perfect. This one though, what is going on here? Was it like a frame of that shit? No. No. Let's see, which one do we want to rock for this? There we go, just this one. I like this one. This one I'm gonna have to create another one, but then for the most part, most of these can just be what we've already had, since we've already kind of created that look for it, and leaves it pretty simple to clean up at this point. Pick all of these, we want all of this shit. And then this one, we're gonna go ahead and we're looking at the top clip, we're going to go ahead and take her, of course. There we go. Turn this on better. And we're gonna go ahead and add alpha output. Put this here and track our last mask, hopefully. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, a 2-minute video, and all we're doing is tracking masks. We're not even trying to go through and like rotoscope everything by hand, you know? And this is how long it takes.
Mom's taught me how to hustle.
Want to do another one as well. Let's go ahead and do chop here, but let's go black and white to color for this one. Take this, render her out in place. Render, select.
Mom's taught me how to hustle. I'm just trying to make $1 billion. You might have had good intentions. The world will turn you to a villain. You throwing shot after shot, but I keep on living. I keep on living.
Boom, yo. That's pretty much it.
But
that's the edit. Oh my gosh.
But I keep on living. But I
keep on living.
Man, I keep on, but I keep on, but I keep on living.
All right, and then one thing I want to do, since I did end up, you know, chopping a bunch of shit, I need to come into here. Oops, sorry, I just had to make sure that that was right. Let's go ahead and come into here. Unlink all of this shit. Let's see. Then let's just take all this track. Unlink this too, just a song. I don't need to mess with any of the video. I just need the song stretched out so that way everything's good. Before we go into our deliver page, we're gonna go ahead and do one last final thing. This is where we add all of our extra flair as far as like, you know, our glow and stuff like that. And this is gonna be what affects the entire project. And kind of adds like a little bit overall of grade. So I'm gonna go ahead and come into here. I'm gonna go ahead and add some glow. I don't want the actual like, you know, crazy stuff. I want the soft glow. I'm gonna pull that back, and then from here though, I'm gonna really have to mess with this as far as like making sure it's consistent throughout the actual project and not too crazy. But it's going to help a little bit in just getting everything into a ballpark. I'm gonna add a color for this, for my glow, and then this is going to kind of push in a specific look to everything. Kind of like that.
The world will turn you to a villain. You throwing shot after shot, but I keep
on
living.
living. Hey.
Keep on living.
All right, tight. And then so now we have some addedness. I think it's a little bit too green in some sections, so I'm actually going to take this down a bit. Just something like that. I'm going to take down the gain because I don't want this to be too bright. Just to help with those blacks, and we're going to go ahead and scrub this through. And we can see here. Tight. And then I want to add some grain as well. So if we come into here, we add some grain. It's going to just tie everything kind of together a little bit. I personally like the 35mm 400T. We can come into here. We don't really see anything going on. We're gonna go ahead and change the size a bit, and we can see it kind of creeping in. And this is just going to help blend everything together. Make it look a little bit less digital. It's not that much. Actually, let's go ahead and do the archival print, 16mm. Yeah, I like that one. It's a little more gritty. And then from here, though, I'm going to add one more node for a vignette towards the entire project, right? So we're gonna go ahead and take this, raise the aspect ratio, raise the softness, and kind of come in like this. And then I'm going to drag the gamma down, and you can see what that's doing. It's just kind of like the outside. We can make the softness a little bit crazier, and then that way we kind of get, you know, a little flow to it. Tight, y'all. All right, so that is the visual effects and enhancement section. Let's go ahead and move on to the delivery page now. All right, so for the final part, part 5, we're gonna go ahead and actually export the video. I'll go ahead and show you guys this. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up our delivery page, which is the little rocket ship on the bottom right. We're gonna go ahead and click this and yeah, get it into the deliver page. All right, so this is the deliver page. This is where we actually export our final videos and put it into a form factor that we can actually watch and play back fluidly with no rendering and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's actually morphing all of those clips into one consecutive video, right? So I like to have my stuff in here. I'm gonna go ahead and label this afterwards, but we're gonna go ahead and actually come into here. I have like an actual preset, but you guys can just look at these settings here and kind of copy them. All right, I like to come through and I like 80,000 for my, you know, change this from automatic to restricted to. Then from here though, I do have in advanced settings, force to Bayer to highest quality and force size to highest quality. It is a 3840 by 2160, which is a 4K timeline and 24 frames a second. From there though, this is the rest of the settings. If you guys want to copy that, all you have to do is just check your in and out points. And then from here though, you can go ahead and hit add to queue. I'm gonna go ahead and name this. Let's see. Keep on living. Official music video. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and copy that. And then from here, I'm gonna go ahead and hit add to render queue, and I'm gonna export. And I'll be right back once this is done. And then from there though, yeah, we'll be pretty much done. A complete process for editing music videos in DaVinci Resolve. We went from raw footage to a polished cinematic music video. If you found this helpful, I put together a free guide with project files, presets, and bonus tips that will help you take your edits even further. You'll find a link in the description below. And if you're serious about mastering music video editing, I will be launching my full music video course later this year. Be sure to visit jangelvisuals.com to get more details on the drop. Don't forget to like and subscribe and drop a comment below, please. If you guys want to know more about what I can do to dive deeper into other processes, I want to help out. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys next time.